That sounded like spinal realignment.
He landed in the soft stuff. He'll be fine.
More or less.
Pumpkin spice chiropractor. Limited time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is a very thankful boy, Reese.
Hello.
What's the occasion? You're dressed in all black.
I'm always dressed in all black.
He's always black.
Yeah.
Equally,
Are you racist?
equally thankful is Greenline.
Who went to go get food.
And delayed beyond belief grateful is Foodnum.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
No. You sound great. It's just that you had Thanksgiving ages ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, Randy will join us at some point, I imagine. Getting
Hopefully.
started. This is the part of the show where I would love to tell you that this show is made possible due
By
to
viewers
viewers
like
like you contributing monthly. But the actual truth is that this show is operating at a deficit, and we are
Thanks to viewers like you.
Yeah, thanks to viewers like you not contributing monthly. So,
Bro, we're literally Pokemon right now. You broke boys don't have $5 or whatever it was.
Yeah. So if you guys want to stop being
Like viewers like you.
Viewers like you and become viewers like we need to sustain the show, head over to ocapodcast.com/support, where you guys can help fund us in our monthly expenses, which are getting to be quite high, although we only need
Extremely high.
$78.68. Yeah, and here's the thing is every month that we don't hit that threshold, that number gets higher because we are taking on the cost of the last month. So when your pockets are feeling flush with cash and uncomfortable to walk just because of all the money in them, I invite you to take some of that money out and
reduce your bulge.
Yeah, reduce your make it so she can only see the bulge that matters.
Are you suggesting give us your bulge?
Hashtag give us your bulge. All right, so you guys can do that by donating directly here on the website via PayPal. You can do it monthly or only once, or you can head over to our OCA Podcast Patreon, the Anime Collector Patreon, our Subscribe Star, or Ko-fi. There's also indirect ways to fund us by using our affiliate links. So why don't you go buy yourself a Tenga? You're going to celebrate Destroy Dick December anyway. Might as well.
Starts tomorrow.
Might as well get the supplies you need. Holy shit. That looks like it would destroy you. All right, anyway. Okay, jumping right in. Full disclosure. This is going to be a loaded podcast tonight because I am in Australia. Well, actually, I'm leaving for Australia tomorrow night at like 10:45 p.m. And so I am going to be gone next weekend. I will be leaving Sunday morning and arriving Sunday morning because I'm going against the time change and the Earth's curvature or whatever. And that, of course, means that we can't do a show, although it'd be really fucking funny to be on a 12-hour flight and host the podcast from the airplane Wi-Fi. That'd be fucking hilarious, right? Probably won't work, especially since it would be like midnight when we'd start for you guys. But yeah, so because we have a 2-week gap coming up, I don't want to take any chances. We're just going to knock out as much as we can. So getting right into it. China has issued a new travel warning to Japan. On Friday, they urged their citizens to avoid traveling to Japan as comments by Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi about Japan's possible role in a Taiwan conflict deepen the diplomatic dispute. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said that, quote, the atmosphere surrounding people-to-people exchanges has severely deteriorated, posing serious risks to the safety of Chinese citizens. acknowledging Taiwan, that's fucking dangerous to Chinese citizens, apparently. While China claims self-ruled Taiwan is its territory, other countries do view it as a sovereign nation. The United States does not formally recognize Taiwan. This is news to me. When did we become so unbased? But leaders have raised concerns over China's efforts to bring it under Beijing's control using military force. In recent days, China has issued threats to Japan's new leader after Takaichi suggested Japan could deploy its forces to the region if China makes a move. It's called the Japan Self-Defense Force. It took a woman prime minister to determine that shit don't matter. Let's go to war. So, yeah, things are heating up. Things are heating up. Furthermore, great job. Nope, that's failed. Furthermore, he said, knowing exactly where that article is right here. Here it is. We did it. All right. Several major China travel agencies have halted Japan trip sales. So this is kind of a natural thing in China because Chinese government basically controls everything. So if China government says no more flying to Japan, all Japan flying companies go, okay, boss, right? So that's that. Beyond this, Japan ranks dead last in willingness to fight for country survey. Just 13% would go to war. A fresh reminder of Japan's pacifist tendencies surfaced after Suiyobi no Downtown aired a global survey ranking nations by their citizens' willingness to fight for their country, with Japan coming in dead last at 79th place. The show, broadcast on October 1st on TBS, Tokyo Broadcast Station, spotlighted the World Values Survey covering 79 countries where respondents were asked, if war broke out, would you be willing to fight for your country? Japan's results were abysmal. Yes, 13%. No, 48.6%. I bring this up so that you will understand the situation that Japan is in. It is fucking dire. The culture that we love, that we celebrate, it's gone. It will disappear. It will evaporate. We are in the decline. Just as we will look at One Punch Man and watch it evaporate in its quality, we are experiencing that. That's the microcosm of Japan as a whole right now. Except for the part where the newest episode is apparently pretty good. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully Japan follows the same arc, right? What do you know? The whole country's pregnant. Anyway, don't know is at 38.1%. Which honestly, let's be honest here. These two numbers combined are pretty alarming when you consider that, first of all, almost 50% said no. And 38% is like, I don't know, maybe, probably not. Anyway, that's pretty bad.
Those are all the old people. Who we fight for?
Anyway, so beyond that, this happened. Randy shared this recently, although I had like 15 different versions of it already before he sent it. But the singer Maki Otsuki, who did the ending of One Piece, the first ending, was removed from the stage midway through her show in Shanghai. Greenline, have you heard about this?
I have not.
Yeah. Oh, he's back.
I'm looking for it. Here it is. Okay. The Chinese government ordered the event to be stopped suddenly, banning the performance of Japanese artists. The reason? Diplomatic tensions following the statements of the Prime Minister of Japan on the defense of Taiwan. Fears of a new cultural blockade. Now, just to be clear,
Colder mid-show. Jeez.
Yes. Look, there's a video.
会吧？五花布不可能。
顶开了，老弱，顶开了，老弱，顶开了，一刀切，一刀切啊，一刀切。啊，陈中国一刀切啊，老弱，见证了现场啊。一刀切啊，这一刀切，见证现场啊。搞对吧？继续参观。有生之年啊，有生之年。一刀切啊，一刀切啊！有生之年演出到此结束。哦，老弱，真的。
Shit, this video is long. Almost okay. There it is.
I'd be like, "Fuck you! I want my money back. You're gonna take her off mid stage, like, or bring her back on the show. It's what I paid for. Fuck you."
I think it was JT Vega shared this with me a couple of maybe months ago about China's insane war against anime. Full credit to this guy's channel, Patas. I don't know. I cut together like a supercut of this using his content that we're gonna watch to kind of get the point across.
The Chinese have started an all-out war against anime, which has caused otakus to get assaulted in public. Popular shows are also being banned from television, while anime events have been shut down by the Chinese government, and some people have even been arrested simply for cosplaying. Even though the anti-anime movement isn't anything new, recently things have escalated to a whole new level as a group of cosplayers got assaulted by a crowd of people, which ended up with a young girl getting taken to the hospital as she was attacked by an older woman who accused the group of being unpatriotic and wanted to teach them a lesson. This was led mainly by two women who told them that any normal Chinese person would discriminate against them as they were worshipping foreigners and their parents clearly didn't raise them right. A girl from the group told the women to back off and leave them alone, while her friend tried to de-escalate the situation by telling her the women were not worth their time and pulling her back. However, soon after, the girl trying to calm the situation down ended up injured on the floor as she got hit in the head by the aggressive older woman for supposedly supporting foreign cultures, even though the group were dressed up as characters from a local Chinese mobile game.
Rip, you cosplay your Genshin Impact and they're like, get rid of Japan!
Yeah. This reminds me of that meme that was going around where they were saying, following the induction of Mamdani in New York, that the public schools will start teaching Arabic numerals, right? It's like rage baiting people who don't realize Arabic numerals are the ones we use. Yeah. So I don't see this resolving itself, right? Like, people don't seem to understand it. And anybody who's been watching the show from the start, I've been fucking saying this for years. There are cycles in life. Conflict is one of them. Conflict comes due to various reasons. Largely it is resource resource dominance and requiring resources so that one group will have them and another group that has them needs to be fought in order to obtain them, because we live in a resource scarce world. But on top of that, there's also tension, there's also fatigue, there's also putting up with people who are taking advantage of you. We're experiencing this all across the world, right? But even locally, it's like, we have the stuff right now going on with, slashing, SNAP benefits and all this stuff, because it's like people have been taken advantage of for quite some time. Their hospitality, just their willingness to act like decent human beings, abused, exploited, right? And so we live in a world right now where all of that is going to come to a head. And interestingly, I would argue that war, granted, we do kind of have that conflict in Ukraine, and we have conflict in Gaza and whatnot, but both of those are sort of like proxy wars in themselves anyway. But I would argue that large war, because of how the world works now, where we're all in everybody's business. Everybody has a embassy, right, for their diplomatic allies and whatever in each country. Because we're all involved, I would argue that since World War I, it's kind of impossible for wars to not be world wars, right? And what I mean by that is that obviously some of them are going to have more fighting from one, region versus another. It's like the war might be centralized to the Middle East. The war might be centralized to Russia, Ukraine, but the conflict that is being fought is global, right? When it comes to the Ukraine war, it's like, okay, so like Wix website builder has like, plugins that they're advertising that you can use that rounds the dollar up for the sales you make so that they go to the Ukraine war effort. Like just everybody's involved. And I would argue that because of the internet and especially in our interconnectivity, that it is now impossible for us to not all be involved in everybody's business all the fucking time. So anyway, I bring this up because I just want to really press upon you just how dire the situation is in Japan. That there's like what's going for Japan right now. You know what I mean? Like it's just, there's a shit ton of stuff going against it. And because of the aging population, because there aren't young people there, because there isn't like that new force with optimism and whatnot coming into the country, the willingness to fight for your country is at an all-time low. The lowest score of any country, because we don't have that new blood that brings optimism back into the world. And then everything else from there is a downward spiral, right? So I find it hilarious. This is actually a pretty good video if you guys want to check it out. It's in the doc. But he goes on to talk about just a bunch of issues taking place. It's kind of funny because one of the Chinese guys gets out there and like berates the cosplayers from his high horse, claiming that they're supporting foreigners or whatever with their costumes, all the while he's wearing Nike shoes. So. Danganronpa creator nearly arrested in China after attracting hundreds of fans. This is framed as though, it's just a big misunderstanding and he wasn't arrested. It's like, that may have been what happened, but I really feel like that tension with the Chinese government is like, this could easily have gone another way. Like perhaps the choice not to arrest was entirely to avoid setting off the powder keg. You know what I mean? Yes.
Do you think this is the reason why all the games are like $1 now on Steam for sale?
I don't know. It says here that he's visiting China when this happened, and
making a joke.
He tweeted out where he was, and like 300 plus people showed up in an hour. They thought it was like a signing event that he didn't get authorized for or something. But
he was able to use Twitter in China.
I don't know. I forget what the thing says. He says he shared his location online. He probably used a different thing. Who knows? Anyway, there is but another topic to cover here. The Japanese High Court rules opposition to same-sex marriage is constitutional. #based, right? Now, I will remind you guys as well that I have long, since the start of the podcast, been talking about the fact that in Russia, it is illegal to tell children that gay people exist. And I have long been trying to frame your perspective on this, that Russia is gearing up for global conflict. They were before the war in Ukraine. I've been talking about it the entire goddamn time. And the reason that you try to convince people that there's no such thing as homosexuality, that it's not even an option, is because the power of a country is in its people. Without people, you don't have a country. You don't have the nationalism, the patriotism that gives people that desire to defend their homeland, to go to war on behalf of it. Look at Japan. And so if you convince people to have more children, you're growing the strength and power of your nation, right? And so that's what sort of is on the table. So it's kind of interesting that this is happening in Japan. We're going to read this. The details are a little bit murkier than that. I don't think this was like a specific, like, yeah, for the sake of our country. I think it's more like, well, that's what the text says. Right? What is a constitution but a written plan of government, right? Anyway, they're going to say here, in the first high court ruling of its kind, the Tokyo High Court has determined that Japan's current laws restricting marriage to a man and a woman do not violate the Constitution, dismissing damages sought by same-sex couples. The Tokyo High Court has issued a landmark decision in a lawsuit filed by 4 same-sex couples living in Tokyo who argued that Japan's refusal to recognize same-sex marriage violates their constitutional rights. Each plaintiff sought 1 million yen in damages, perhaps suggesting their motive was money and not so-called equality, citing the loss of legal protections and benefits available only to married couples. In its ruling, the court stated that under the Civil Code and other relevant laws, marriage is defined as a union between a man and a woman. It concluded that the existing legal framework cannot be judged unconstitutional on that basis. The decision emphasized that any changes to marriage eligibility should be handled through discussion in the Diet, meaning the Japanese government, rather than through judicial intervention. With this decision, the plaintiff's request for compensation was rejected in full. This marks the first time a high court has ruled on this series of nationwide lawsuits challenging Japan's treatment of same-sex marriage. Honestly, on so many levels, this is a good thing for Japan. Personally, I don't have a problem with gay marriage, only from the perspective of I think that the argument against it is retarded and largely built from the religious right not wanting gay sex to be a thing, which I think is the stupidest thing in the world, because stopping gay people from getting married is not stopping them from fornicating. And I think that, like, you know, I don't know. I've just always found that to be a retarded argument against it, right? Personally,
someone made something that seemed like a convincing enough argument to me, or well, not to me, but like I saw a video about it. How kind of like what's saying in the article, it's like a marriage is defined as a union between a man and a woman for the purposes of reproduction or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I guess you could say, like, technically speaking, it doesn't make sense, but like, I don't think that should necessarily stop gay people from having like a civil union. They just like what the comes with the name, marriage, because people are like, we're united. Or
my perspective on this, and we've probably had this conversation on the podcast before on this very topic regarding Japan, but my perspective on marriage in the sense of like the legal aspect of it is that literally it is a contract, and the government like recognizes that you're choosing to go from like effectively 2 autonomous people to a union of people, right? And so when you look at it like on the more like, what would you say, like esoteric level, I just don't think it makes a big difference, right? To whether it's called civil union or like, that's semantic. That doesn't change fucking anything. Now, from a perspective of like, if we really look at this for like the net benefit that it has in a society, yes, opposing it is arguably a duty of a culture, right? And the reason why is because this is a problem with society, is that largely, and like we are witnessing this, like across the board, across all countries, we are witnessing the downfall of humanity over the fact that we have made sexual access too easy. Like we've made it too easy to access sexual release, right? Society is built on people, especially men, needing to impress women in order to get laid, right? And a big problem that we see, and this is like, you can look back culture after culture after culture down through history, that there is a tremendous amount of feminizing men or homosexuality in general at the death of an empire, right? And the reason largely for this, I would argue, like if you were to distill it down to its simplest terms, is that sexual access between a man and another man is like an open door, right? Like historically speaking, there's like what do you call it? Oh my God. What is like the term for like a stereotype? There's like the stereotype that exists where no matter how bad the date goes, men get laid on the first date when they're homosexual, right? That the whole reason to start the date is the attraction to the other person, and usually by the end of that first date, it ends up in the bed, right? And so again, the market for or the access for sexual gratification being brought down to basically anything goes at any time is the reason why we end up seeing a dramatic loss in productivity and culture. And there's just a general problem where once you have such unrestricted access to sexual gratification, especially when you then move it into the abnormal realm of homosexuality versus the version that produces children, because part of this is that there's like a built-in failsafe almost in society that even when sexual access becomes prevalent to the point where people are having sex before marriage, once that kid's on the way, it shapes people up, right? Like now, granted, we have endeavored every which way to try to ensure that nobody has to ever take responsibility for anything. We have programmed people into believing that pregnancies aren't actually people until that kid is born, and therefore even up until birth you should be allowed to abort and all this stuff. But just not making a big old statement here on abortion or gay marriage or anything, but just looking at it logistically speaking, there is a reason that a culture generally would oppose it, because it is a common occurrence that results in the death of culture. Here's the problem, though. Not wanting your culture to die and then banning things that you associate with things that will kill it doesn't actually help that much, because the cycle that is created that puts you into that downward spiral is happening regardless of whether or not it's legal. Just like how even if you were to outlaw abortion, people are still going to do it. They're just going to do it in a more dangerous way, right? So anyway, it's a tremendously difficult problem to solve. And the truth of the matter is, and this is a tragedy here, but the average lifespan of an empire is only 250 years. And just so we're clear, this is the average, right? The average. Now, granted, just so everybody knows, America enters that next fucking year. Just so we're clear here. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people will look at this statistic that it's the average and say, well, what about those Chinese empires that lasted for like thousands of years? Like, here's the thing. The Ming Dynasty turning into, those are different empires. There's a rebirth, right? Just because, it's still called China. Yeah, big fucking deal. Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan, I mean? You have all these different things going on. You can't say that it's the same culture, right? It's the same country, right? So currently, and this is the good news here, is that we have a resurgence in America happening under Trump with the MAGA movement, right? Literally trying to return and basically phoenixify the American dream, the American ideals, like the things that we stand for. And so that could effectively reset the clock on that 250 year, timeline. But
We'll just have to see if Trump lives to 250.
Well, it's not just Trump. It's the movement that has been started, and obviously there's a ton of opposition to it. I think that there will be at some point some form of civil war occurring in the United States in the near future, perhaps in the next 5 years. Let me just say that we're in a much better position today than we were 10 years ago. How about that? How about we just say that? Right.
So anyway. I have a thought.
Go ahead.
So, like, you're right about in the way that it's a semantic to say it's gay marriage versus a civil union, but I think the way that the people on the the marriage side, if you will, the way they interpret it is kind of like if, say, someone called a trans person a tomboy, it's like, that's not the right word. You're not a tomboy, you're a trans, you're just a boy or whatever, right? Like, I think that's the way they interpret it when people say, oh, they're gay married. It's like, that's not what a marriage is or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure. And like I said, I this is kind of been my pet peeve with it, is that when it comes to marriage, biblically, a marriage is a holy sacrament between you, your spouse, and God. That's not what we have in a modern society. We have a legal document between you, yourself, your spouse, yourself, and the government, right? It's not even the same thing than what we're, conflating it to, just because it uses the same term, right? And the reason I bring that up is that the sanctity of it and the meaningfulness behind the concept of it is already gone for most people. Now, again, this is something where it's this is an internally held belief that people have. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist anymore because now it's this. I mean that for people for whom they understand the significance of it and what it is, you're still maintaining it because it is still a contract between you, the other person, and the Lord, right? I'm just saying that for most people, and I would even argue most people arguing for a ban in the United States, at least, that you're already not in what you think it is, right? You have, been married 4 times by now, or, all these, kind of things. It's just the opposition is weak. And this is why I don't support the opposition, because I just don't think it's a good argument. And I don't think we actually solved the problem by stonewalling it, personally. I think the problem is there regardless of whether you ban the thing you associate with it, right? There's always, I talk about with the concept of lolicon and whatnot too, is you can think that banning it is gonna, make pedophiles disappear, but believe it or not, it doesn't. Right? It doesn't. You don't just get rid of them magically by getting rid of the thing you associate with them. Same goes for gay marriage and for those. It's just sort of the same thing. If you imagine that you're going to stop them from getting married and therefore they aren't going to fornicate, it's I don't know what to tell you. That ain't going to do anything, right? Anyway, especially I don't know. I don't want to get lost on this. This is a trap if I keep going here. So I thought this was hilarious. The world is healing, right? And it's the couple from the McDonald's anime, right? I also find it hilarious. She's doing the little salute, right? No, just for anybody who is unfamiliar, this is the salute that the world used. It's called the Roman salute, and it's been the one that nations have used, including the United States, until Hitler started doing it, and everybody's like, yeah, maybe I'm sick of that. Come up with something new, Anyway, all right, moving past this. You guys have any pickups you want to talk about? Or actually, let's do some chats. Let's get back on here. The AI collector. Mega Mug. You just realized how many tabs I have open. Yeah, these are just the ones for tonight. So yeah, 119 left. And believe it or not, I've got way more than this on the other windows. In fact, Currently, I have 13 open windows. On the active window you were commenting on, it's 119 left. Current open tabs 1,039. Although miraculously, I have pulled that down significantly because of this podcast. So I'm hoping to get us under 800 by the end of the year. We'll see. All right. Anyway, I don't understand this reference. Pokimane also married herself, so $5 does come at a price.
Yeah, she bought herself an engagement ring to herself like last week.
Oh, wow. To be fair to women, Biden also said the quiet part out loud about Taiwan, about moving on China if they try some shit. No one fights for their countries; they fight for their kin. I'm sure the Japanese people will happily fight for all the children they have. I don't know, man. This is the thing. I'd like to see the data on the poll, because it's very possible that the reason people are saying no, I wouldn't, is because you did your polling at a university and all of them have been brainwashed to believe that Japan is the greatest evil of Asia because they were such badasses during World War II, right? Did the audience lose their social credit score? I wouldn't be surprised. Like, okay, we shut it down. You come with us. You leave. All right, gas them. You leave so we don't start an international incident. Everybody in here, you're dead. You're dead to China. Oh, great leader has no use for you anymore. Baby way better than whatever censorship they use here, right? Yeah, the baby is always better. Doesn't China make anime as well? I mean, sort of. To be fair, the New York public schools likely aren't teaching Arabic numerals effectively right now based on test scores. Thank you. Also made in China. I don't know what this is a reference to, but it's around the same time we were talking about the China like fighting people and all that shit for dressing and cosplay. Russia is in conflict with the globo homo, so it would make sense. Oh, yeah, they do hate the homos. But such marriages do lower the birth rate and present an attentive to reproductive pairings. So here's the thing, though. So, and again, there's so much that could be said here, and I don't want to get lost on this topic for the whole episode of the podcast here, but I agree. It does not serve a nation to have same-sex couples raising the children. I totally agree with this. Just scientifically speaking, the data is there. It is not good overall. But stopping two gay people from just getting married is not going to make them choose to get married to a woman instead and have kids. You know what I mean? Like, the way that this gets solved is the way that, like, they do it in Sharia law, where, like, you're afraid to even embrace your own, like, homo erotic tendencies or whatever, because in those situations, like, then you might, like, try having a wife and kids or whatever kind of thing. And none of this is the ideal outcome, right? Nobody wants to be forced into, like, this weird, like, realm of pretending to be somebody you're not or anything like that, just for the sake of, well, we'll try this, right? Let's outlaw it. Let's, throw people off buildings. It's like, nobody really wants that. It's just not something you're going to solve. And like I said, just to reiterate my point, I don't think that you change the birth rate by having gay marriage. I really don't think it makes that big of a difference. I do think okay, I'll say this though. I think that when you embrace homosexuality and you have your pride parades and you have your, drag queens doing story hour for children and stuff, and you basically teach kids to accept and embrace it at a young age, I do think you warp the minds of people and have kids who otherwise would not have entered into a same-sex relationship now are open to the idea and get sort of I would almost say like pushed into an identity that they may not have ever even naturally came to on their own, and that does down the line affect the birth rate in a way. So I would argue that like I can see both sides of the argument here. Hello, Nuxie. Technically, we don't live in the U.S. empire. We live in the country. The empire is our overseas assets. Oh. Civil war of who against whom? Well, I just think that there will be factions of people who are going to be having armed conflict in various places throughout the United States. I don't think it will look like the Civil War that we fought in the 1800s. I think it'll be a different beast that will largely it'll embarrass us compared to the conflict that we have in our current Civil War in history. But I also think it'll be ugly in certain areas. This is a trap is a funny statement in the context of gay marriage. Yeah, I guess so. Over 9,000 tabs. Yep. No. Well, no. They used to get married and have kids, and the other activities were done on the side. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you're talking about the concept of having a beard, right? Like getting married just to look straight, but then at the truck stop every night. I don't know. Anyway, I've got pickups. You guys got pickups?
I got pickups in Discord.
I showed Odd Taxi, and that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Yes, I did that. Okay, so this, I think this is where I left off.
I would totally have my pickups here if I had an 8 Crunchyroll.
Did I show this last podcast?
I don't
think so.
My Hero Academia Season 2, Part 2. Thank God that's on the card.
Season what? I'm sorry,
season 7, Part 2. Such a short show. Right. Anyway, so this is that's that. That's what it's self-explanatory. Let me throw these down here. Okay. On top of that, oh Jesus, why is this so difficult? So much shit arrived. Okay.
I'm happy for you.
For fuck's sake. I'm trying desperately not to bend stuff. Okay. Here we go. Blackjack, the complete OVA series with limited edition slipcover.
That was the one that didn't say on the site something about a slipcover, right?
Yep, I think so.
Okay, so that's good to know.
I'm like really hyper vigilant on these now. Okay, so When They Cry Blu-ray. Is this just the original
Season 1,
series?
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what it looks like compared to the Sentai one.
If the panning shots don't that's all I need. That's the win. Right. Golden Boy on Blu-ray. That is a crinkly ass cover. For the shrink wrap. Terrifying Girls High School. Women's Violent Classroom. And Attack on Titan final season Steelbook. Why the fuck didn't you put like Helos or somebody on the cover to match the other ones? Stupid.
Or just use like the art box cover that was on the final, the one with the cabin on it.
Or they could have put the symbol from the end of the series that has like the two guns crossing the wings or whatever. Right? That would have worked. And then City Hunter, Angel Dust, Horrible Disgusting Icon edition from all the anime.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that, all the anime. You such a blessing. All right.
No dub.
Now you guys will remember that last podcast I was very mad because Right Stuff doesn't exist anymore, and Crunchyroll it was this one, wasn't it? The Steelbook that was all mangled.
It was it was the Castle Cagliostro one.
No, that's the new one I'm showing that's even worse.
Okay.
Is it the bottom of the steelbook? Could have sworn it was the bottom.
Oh yeah. It's hard to see. There's a dent right there. It's really, really hard to tell.
So where did that? Do you know where that shipped out of? Did it ship out of California or Iowa?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it wasn't taken care of in the packaging. I ordered a separate one, Patreon exclusive anime collector tip, with that in mind. And then, motherfucker, this. First of all, what is that? What are you doing? So this has a shrink wrap on top of a plastic slipcover, right? The plastic slipcover is warped to all hell. I don't know if you can see it. You can kind of see it there. See how there's like a ridge going up here?
Yeah.
There is apparently, I think, a shrink wrap, or maybe like do these have like a peel?
Yeah, I think so. A film. Yeah.
So that's what that is. Underneath the shrink wrap. On top of it, it's fucked to all hell right here, just like the other one. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here with you, Crunchyroll. Like, this is disgusting.
It's a Crunchyroll exclusive, so you can't Patreon exclusive it.
Exactly. I'm mad as fucking balls.
You have to just straight up return it and get another one.
I'm gonna have to, but I fucking hate returning that shit because I gotta go and send it out myself. So I also had purchased the Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation season 2, and the other one had like a very small cut right here. I don't know that this one is any better. I have to look at it a little bit more. Anyway, I got a second one of this. I ordered another one of the Gushing Over Magical Girls as well. But that's not going to arrive till I leave for Australia. So I'll have to figure out returning all that shit later. And then I got this package from Grimes, Iowa that didn't quite feel like a normal one. And it's because it contains, taped in here somewhat loosely, 4 discs of my Dirty Pair. We fucked up and please don't be mad set. Right?
Is that what the edition's called?
Yeah, that's it. We fucked up, please don't be mad. I forgot what the problem was. Do you guys remember?
It was missing like something.
Was it subtitle files or something?
I can't remember now.
I remember. I think there was one of them, because these are the movies, right? That's episode 19 through 24.
I think one of them was two of them were mislabeled as well.
Sorry, there's
like the movies. I think were reversed.
19 through 24 and 17 through 12. Wait, 17 through 20, 7 through 12, and 19 through 24, and then. So I think what it was I think this movie had its subtitles on this movie or something like that. Or no, maybe it was that the movies were on the wrong disc, like they had the wrong label. I think that's what it was. And then I think one of the episodes was swapped with the subtitles on here. I don't remember. Anyway, I'm going to shove these bad boys in the boxes that are sitting over here that I bought for... that's not going to work. I'll have to take them out. Anyway. Oh, God. They're not even going to survive before they end up in the proper place. Anyway, those are my pickups. Do you guys have anything you want to do before I go into... Son of a bitch! Stop landing where I'm going to roll my fucking chair over it. Okay. Do you guys have anything?
I wasn't able to obtain any because fuck Crunchyroll, but that's a whole nother story.
Fucking hate crime against a crippled person, what they did to you.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Megamug says, so fun thing I didn't realize was that the $100 Code Geass set is actually the entire show, including the second season. Oh. This one? Oh, Code Geass and Code Geass.
Yeah. The sticker was hiding it.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying last podcast, where it's like, oh wow, so they're gonna try and resell it to you split again, even though they had it complete.
You also picked
but he
up,
also got cucked because they're re-releasing.
Going on there? Are you even wearing pants? Why are you got like the the Steam censorship in real time? All right,
I think they're pants. I don't have that.
Tenchi in Tokyo, and then the X-Files, Fight the Future, and Chato's Land. Charles Bronson. Nice.
Yeah, X-Files is the best anime.
It is.
Hands down.
And then didn't this have a 2 Blu-ray have an audio issue?
It did.
This one?
I don't know if it's just
one.
all of the releases of season 2. Up to that point, I did have to get replacement discs, which I was fortunate enough to be able to do.
I would imagine the one complete set has the fixed discs.
Okay, maybe. Honestly, it might. So then it would have been the halves, and I got the collector's edition or whatever, which was technically both of them. Basically, season 2's audio was like mono.
Oh.
And I think Random 11 said also sounded like ass too.
So, Anime Fan 007 says Fairy Tail came in yesterday and 27 part timer. 27 and part timer came today. Oh, okay. 27 volume 31. Oh, okay. That was part timer volume 23. I was like, this doesn't look like the box set I have. All right, and then Fairy Tail 100-Year Quest. All right. I don't have anything to say. I'm sorry. And Shantae. Advance.
Now I'm hoping for a re-release of Fairy Tail in Steelbook form.
And then Enriv also picked up Why the Hell Are You Here, Teacher? Good choice. Is this a box set? Shit, that looks nice. I like it.
It just is the slip cover.
Well, whatever. It looks nice.
Yeah. Well, because the underneath is titties, so.
That's even better.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep selling me on it. Also, the Mr. Tanagawa series, which we shall do as a watch club probably next year.
We're going to do a watch club on Why the Hell Are You Here, Teacher?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that too. JG Vegas says, I bought Region B of Cowboy Bebop movie Blu-ray. It's missing a audio menu. Oh, that's interesting.
That's unfortunate.
And Reese, you picked up Demon Slayer Hashira training arc?
Yep. And Spicy Wolf, Merchant Meets Wise Wolf, Season 1, Part 2. Part 1 still hasn't even shipped yet.
I gotta say, I did not like the Hashira training arc. And when the movie came out and I took my daughter to go see it, I was like, oh, I get it. The reason for the Hashira training arc is to make you know everybody and get attached to them before you see them fight in the movie. So the movie doesn't have to be spent doing a shit ton of exposition and backstory. And the movie was a shit ton of exposition and backstory. Anyway. All right. OCA podcast 333. Cool, let's get moving. All right, I got another fun stuff here. Japan, as I said, is being they're facing quite a lot, right? They have a birth rate issue. They got all sorts of problems going on. Meanwhile, they also have a bear epidemic. Foreign traveler attacked by a bear near one of Japan's most popular countryside attractions. It was a bus stop, not even out in the middle of nowhere kind of thing, just a bus stop. Also, bear enters a Japanese supermarket, pounces on customer as nationwide toll reaches new high. I thought I had highlights, but I guess I don't. Okay, whatever. Move past that. Bear bites butt in Japan as earth-side assaults continue. Bear attacks occurred on 3 consecutive days in northern Japanese prefecture. The man was the 25th victim of the bear attack in Akita this year, and it wouldn't be long until the 26th. The very next day, an 82-year-old woman in the town of Daisen was walking down a street near her home shortly before 7 a.m. when a bear attacked her from behind. Continuing here, Akita City offers cash bounty for bear captures as attacks continue. Akita City has announced emergency measures, including a 10,000 yen bounty per captured bear, and plans to hire public servant hunters. 10,000 yen. If you were gonna get collect on a reward, like if you were putting
$70 for a bear,
not even $65.
What the
like?
Fuck?
Fight bears, get paid, be disappointed.
Supposed to be fight bears, can get $10,000,
right?
Get bitches.
Yeah. Bear encounter prevention app is growing in popularity in Japan. It's kind of like the San Francisco poop app, but for bears. Yeah. Shit, son. Now, for some reason, the app also has a dog bark that you can click on, and it'll play a dog barking for like 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, right? And that ain't gonna save you from a bear. All right, there have been more than 1,500 bear incidents in a single week. Bear attack shelters are going on sale in Japan as the country experiences a record high number of incidents. It provides everything you need to deal with up to a 3-day bear siege.
Only 3 days? Jeez. That's a lot of water for all. How many people for? Oh, that many people. Okay.
No. There is a 12-foot, a 20-foot, and a 40-foot version. I don't know what the fuck that is, but in this same thing, they talk about how you can be taking a dump in there, and it has like, I'm like, that's a cardboard box, not a toilet. Like, yeah. And I love this part. They're like, it doesn't say why everyone is looking in the same direction here, but maybe there's also a 13th person who's using the toilet, right? Like your POV.
He's the one taking the picture.
Taking the shit. All right. It continues. Package delivery in Japan may be delayed due to bear risks. The bears are disrupting our national infrastructure now. Japan Post recently announced that it will restrict its courier service, UPAC, in areas where bears were sighted. To give a sense of what Japan Post is trying to protect their drivers from, here's recently captured dashboard cam video of a bear attacking a rancher's car in Hokkaido. Guess what? I have it here. The least interesting part of that attack. That person was lucky to have been in a vehicle at the time, but a lot of Japan Post workers use mopeds for deliveries, which would offer little protection from what we just saw. So in areas where a bear was sighted, moped deliveries will be suspended after 5 p.m. And depending on the details, other services may also be suspended. Couriers may also start using homes and businesses' driveways or other parking areas to minimize their time outside of vehicles. The announcement was also posted on social media, where it's easier to see the irony that the UPAC Services mascot is a bear named Posakuma. Due to bear attacks, Posakuma won't be delivering your... It's a black bear on white bear crime. Oh... Shit, that's funny. You see this? Oh, no. All right. So what do you think Japan's solution has been for the bears? You're right. Send in the military. Japanese military called in to deal with the increasing attacks in rural prefectures. Bear attacks, sorry. Military is only there to provide logistic support and not take part in any hunting. Why? We're going to send in men with guns, but not for hunting. With all the problems facing the world today, it's easy to overlook the fact that parts of Japan are experiencing bear attacks at unprecedented levels. There have been 9 deaths from bear attacks this year as of October, which already makes the total for 2025 an all-time high. And while attacks and sightings are difficult to quantify accurately, it is clear they are both on a sharp rise. Bear encounters are also getting bolder as the year goes on. Just this week, a bear slammed into the side of a moving patrol car in Fukushima Prefecture, though it is unclear if that was an attack or just an accidental collision. Also, a young bear walked right into the town hall of Nishimiya in Aomori Prefecture during the morning hours, but luckily ran away without anyone getting injured. You got to see this. Could it be any fucking louder?
This is cinema.
Bears are retarded.
Yeah, I'm pretty bear-tarded.
I got bear. You're so cute, though.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Oh,
Mom!
It's becoming one of the top issues facing Japan. And whenever you read about a top issue facing Japan, know that politician Shinjiro Koizumi won't be far behind. Having already largely cut the use of plastic bags at stores and tackled the skyrocketing price of rice, he now appears to be taking on the bear problem in his latest position as Minister of Defense. On the 4th of November, Koizumi announced that the Ground Self-Defense Force would be called in to help support population control of the bears. But you can't hunt them? This is a response to a request for help from Governor Kenta Suzuki of Akita Prefecture in northern Japan. According to Suzuki, the prefecture's resources are stretched too thin to be able to deal with the bears effectively. However, the SDF will not use its weapons against the bears. Instead, they will assist local hunters with logistic support and by providing traps. According to the Ministry of Defense, self-defense soldiers have no experience in bear hunting. Does that fucking matter? You see a bear, you unload the clip, right? Like the magazine. I like to picture it like the scene in Predator when they're just shooting into the jungle, right? They have no experience in bear hunting, but they are also legally restricted from directly engaging with the bears under the Constitution of Japan. Are you fucking serious? What a worse position to be in. You're going on the front lines against bears. You can't engage. Fuck, the bear's gonna kill me. Somebody do something. Oh, please, are there any hunters nearby? You're like, I can't engage. Readers of the news online largely supported the move of bringing in the military to help the underfunded and undermanned parts of Japan, but some felt the SDF were being handicapped too much in the handling of the situation. Yes, like, come on. Quote, at this point, it's practically a natural disaster, so this makes sense. If all they can do is provide logistical support, why not just use the police? It seems like a waste for them to just help with logistics. Hey, look, it's Shinjiro again. Okay, Koizumi. I hope this puts an end to the deaths. It's frustrating they can only be used for support. I think we should amend the laws. Calling in the military just to do odd jobs. It'd be funny, like they nuke the bear forest. Right? Like, we found the bear's home base. Launch the nukes. Meanwhile, China sees it as a threat against Zinni the Pooh, right? I'm glad they're being used to help rural areas, but why can't they carry firearms? Diplomacy doesn't work on bears. I hope they have a way to protect themselves. The SDF are prohibited from use of force by the Constitution unless 3 conditions are met. The first being that a military force is attacking Japan or a close ally. You know what would really help them out is if somebody attacked, so they'd be like, all right, now we can fight the bears.
Is a bear not a military force of sorts? Nature's military?
Yeah, what happens in the situation of like Planet of the Apes? What do you do then, Japan? Well,
sorry, it's not military.
We don't recognize apes as military. Bears are not a military force, and thus the SDF can't launch an assault on them. However, the soldiers would legally be able to carry firearms for the purpose of protecting themselves and the population, so that last commenter needn't worry about that. Luckily, there is a bit of legal precedent for this kind of situation, albeit a fictional one, in the form of Godzilla. Shortly after the release of Shin Godzilla, the government ran a hypothetical thought exercise in how the military could legally be used against wildlife, in this case a kaiju, if it posed a significant enough threat. They concluded that it could be done by classifying the weapons as tools used to prevent disasters. Wow. Hey, everybody, you know those rules we wrote? God, how can we still be in those rules? Well, if we just call the weapons tools, it's like, oh, brilliant. Like, this would also theoretically give the SDF the green light to go after any of the bears in the same way. But it would seem the Ministry of Defense feels the current situation doesn't warrant the risk of doing such a thing. Send in the tanks. Yes. I want to see that bear stare down the barrel of the tank and just blow it away. Like a slow-mo. Sora, please.
Tiananmen Square, those bears.
Cue shine downs, and I'm staring down the barrel of 45.
Most people would consider a tank a weapon, but it could be a tool when, say, using it to open a stubborn jar of pickles. Constitutional law can be kind of confusing, so let me try to sum it up in layman's terms. The Self-Defense Force have the right to bear arms, even if the bears aren't armed, aside from their bear arms. Because the self-defense forces could use armed forces in self-defense. Also, unarmed bears could bear the brunt of armed force if the arms the armed forces bear the label of tools, much like our own bare unarmed arms do, but bearing in mind the SDF would bear the blame if something went wrong. So in
those
the end,
bears always are bearing arms. Like, why should we not have the right?
Yeah. So in the end, it seems like a prudent first step in tackling this pressing issue. While minimizing injuries and deaths from bear attacks is the top priority, doing it in a way to preserve as much of the prefecture's autonomy as possible while also minimizing bear deaths would be ideal. Oh boy. All right. Before we get into this, let's catch up on chat here. Re-beared it. It's just a baby bear. They transfer gun deaths for bear deaths. Yeah. You put a plastic bag in the cardboard toilet. Yeah, I guess. In the article, they made it sound like it had plumbing. Like it had a whole like filtration system and everything. And it's like, the picture is a cardboard box. Oh, nice. Goon Club win. Oh, no. Goon Club always. All right. This is a great way to gain experience in bear hunting. Yep. You need a compound bow to take out a bear. I bet you a gun would work too, actually. Even the Japanese Constitution chose the bear over.
Damn.
North Korea did attack Japan. Yeah. All they have to do is find the bears and like brand them with like the North Korean star. Like, all right, here we go. So in Kickstarter news, Doug Ruse, who formerly we talked about this already. I announced it before there was a Kickstarter. He's the guy who did the Bakemono all practical effect movie in Japan. He's doing this new one called Subjugation. If you're interested, it's only at $2,000. It's way beyond that in terms of its goal. And as we know, Doug Ruse likes to do the campaign at a low number and just keep doing it throughout the process of making his movie until he's got all the money he needs. So if you guys want the reward, I'm doing the chest burster tier, which is $100 because it has the crowdfunding only cut of the film with more nudity and more gore. I wonder if the nudity is pixelated because he's filming it in Japan. But you guys can actually get the Blu-ray for just $35 if you want it. Anyway, not wasting more time on this. In other news, the classic Please Teacher has launched a new reboot project. Do you know what the Japanese word for please that they've got listed here means?
Nope.
Negai means wish, like to wish for something. And then I'm guessing the onegai is just how you put honorifics in front of it, right?
Give me a wish, or like,
what's that?
I need a wish.
Like it's what you wish for. So please teacher and onegai, like please is like it, like
please give me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
so
like,
I just wanted to know if it was like a mistranslation on the licensor's part, or if it like
No, I mean, onegai means please.
Okay,
like you would use it in the same way that you would use please. But the word
as you onegai yourself.
The word's meaning comes from the word wish, like to wish for something, which is like just how they use it, right? It's kind of like how they. I think that the etymology of the word sushi means to be packed like sardines, right? Like so, it's just like the word has a meaning that you use it for. But if you trace back the root word of it and how it was constructed, like you see like, oh, okay, I see how it was. Anyway. All right. So the classic early 2000s series, Onegai Teacher or Please Teacher is officially returning with a brand new animated project produced with the original staff and cast funded through a new crowdfunding campaign. Problem with it is that Please Teacher sucks and Please Twins was where it was at. A reboot project for the long-beloved Onegai series has been announced. With a new Onegai Teacher animation now in production, the project's crowdfunding page on Motion Gallery recently opened, marking the official start of what is being described as a new reboot initiative following last summer's 20th anniversary event and the closure of the iconic Kizakiko campground, a major pilgrimage site for fans. The project aims to create a brand new piece of animation as a thank you to fans and to the lakeside location that helped define the series' history.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be like a 2-minute special on the Blu-ray.
Probably. According to the announcement, the team plans to complete a new animated work and release it as a Blu-ray. Once finished, screenings will be held in Tokyo as well as venues near Lake Kizaki. The production staff includes director Nako Yukihiko, original character designer Hanon Tarlak, nice name. What are you, a fucking Klingon? Art studio Kusanagi for background art, producer Yonezawa Emi, Studio M2 for animation production, Bandai Namco Filmworks for Blu-ray manufacture, and Genko overseeing production. The cast returns unchanged from the original broadcast, including Inoue Kikuo, Hoshi Soichiro, Tamura Yukari, and blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares about this. Schedule for the new animation is set from December 2025 through completion in April to May 2026. The primary reward for backers will be the Blu-ray of the new animation, with additional items such as strawberry-themed anthology comic by manga artist Kuroi Mime, a Mizuho Limited Express train headmark key holder, acrylic boards, and fine graph prints planned for supporters. Wow. It says they've already accumulated 8 million yen and they have 117 days remaining. 117 days remaining, but you think it's going to be completed. All right. We'll see how that goes. Cool. Any thoughts? JG Vega says he liked Please Teacher because he didn't actually see Please Twins, right? Let's be honest. Karin Onodera being voiced by Kari from Digimon. Laura Jill Miller?
Laura J. Miller,
yeah. Oh, yeah, Laura Jill Miller. Okay.
Yeah, that's who it is. She really made that show.
Because I didn't get Police Twins, so that's the only problem that I have is like I have Police Teacher, but not Police Twins. I think maybe I do have Police, but like
I have
now
both,
you're saying I'm cucked because I have the worst one. Apparently.
Well, I'm just saying that the other one is way better because this one is like this one is almost oh my goddess level of like pandering and like the hot alien teacher falls in love with the nerd. Yay. It's like, fuck that. I want my real life sisters fighting over me. I forget how the story goes. I don't think that's what it is.
Maybe I'll like
that one of them
more.
If I remember correctly, one of them is the main character's twin, and the whole story is figuring out which one is his blood relative. Right? Is that what it was? Something like that. I don't know.
He's got to do a paternity test on both of them after he's impregnated them. Sorry, buddy.
Here's what I'll do. I'll fuck you both. And the one where the kid turns out weird, that's how we know.
The one that's less retarded means that you're the one that's not related, okay?
All right. Okay, Japan's permanent Pokemon theme park zone announces a grand opening date and ticket sales start. So those are convention-ish news. Pokepark Kanto is opening sooner than expected on Tokyo's southern border. Waiting can be hard, especially when you're waiting for something that sounds as cool as the first ever permanent Pokemon theme park zone. But following the formal reveal of Pokepark Kanto back in July, which included the announcement that the facility on the border of Tokyo and neighboring Kanagawa Prefecture would be opening in spring of 2026, we didn't really have any choice but to be patient, did we? But in a very welcome turn of events, we don't actually have to be as patient as we'd thought, because not only has Pokepark Kanto moved up its grand opening, ticket applications are going to be open before the end of this month. All right, so hold on, I got my... Can't be falling asleep with Flux on or whatever, the night shift mode. Pokepark Kanto is now scheduled to open on February 5th, allowing fans to encounter a promised 600 plus Pokemon as they explore the trails of the Pokemon Forest and the streets of Sedgetown, with the park having a total area of 2.6 hectares, roughly 280,000 square feet. So when they say 600 plus Pokemon, do you think they mean Pokemon individually variety over 600, or do you think they mean there's like 40 Caterpies and 18 Pidgeys over there? You know,
that sounds like a much easier solution. And for the record, ever since the Switch games, they've gotten rid of the national Pokedex, so you can't have every Pokemon in like all the games. So
there's not a lot of water here. Where are you going to put all your water?
All your magic cards. Well, anyway, what I was trying to say is that they can't even like do it in their theme park. They can't even get all the Pokemon in there.
Well, I mean, that's like what if you had like a religious group that did like a Pokemon Noah's Ark? And you go in the Ark and you've got 2x2 Pokemon. It's like, we did it. Noah was the ultimate Pokemon master, if you think about it.
True.
And he's canonically in Pokemon, remember? Because that's how they figure out after they get off the St. Anne, right? Brock tells the story about Noah, and then they send the Pidgey to look for land.
I don't remember that far
You
back.
don't remember this? Would the koi pond be the magic carp? It'd be funny if they like grafted like big old lips on the koi fish.
Is that fish face?
All right. Pokepark Kanto is now scheduled to open on February 5th, right? It's got 600 plus Pokemon as they explore trails, Pokemon Forest and Sedgetown. So this is the trail. This is Sedgetown. And this is the Poke Park entrance right here, right? So you go in here, you go through Sedgetown, and then so the idea is that you start by buying supplies and like getting ready for your journey, and then you walk through this long trail where you see a bunch of Pokemon outside of the city, right? Now I'm going to show you the video. I just want to know if you think that maybe they're over-promising. Wow. Seems like so much fun, right?
Yeah, I think you're right about they're going to be like 40 Caterpies or whatever.
So I swear we didn't cover it before, but I swear we looked at something about this, and it was literally like stationary statues of Pokemon. You're like, wow, like who fucking cares, right? So it says here, judging from the preview images released so far, Poke Park Kanto's Pokemon population is going to be a mix of costume performers and statuary, as both stage shows and Pikachu/Eevee parades will be among the spectacles to see. Now, I thought it would be very creepy to go there and run into this.
Oh, jeez.
A costume performer. But that wasn't the level of creepiness I wanted. So I asked Grok to make him muscly and shirtless.
Oh,
and now the kid is a muscly man too.
Oh, God.
Now, you know me. I don't give up that easily. So I asked again, remove just the blue skin suit, revealing a muscly man. That's the closest I got. And then I noped the fuck out of there.
Oh, God. If you go back one, it turns the hand into like a blob.
No, thank you.
I step away for a few minutes and I come back to furry shit, of course.
I was like, Grok, you know those really disgusting like dog face leather fetish masks? Yes, I'm familiar. And it's like, I don't need to know all this, Grok. Generate me a Pokemon with a bunch of Japanese families pointing to it.
Yeah.
All right. Poke Park Kanto is being built at the edge of the pre-existing Yomiuri Land amusement park, similar to the situation with Universal Studios Japan and its Super Nintendo World area. Excuse me. Admission to Poke Park Kanto will be an add-on to a Yomiuri Land ticket, or as diehard Pokemon fans may wish to interpret the arrangement, admission to Yomiuri Land is included in your Poke Park Kanto ticket. Regardless of how you choose to mentally frame it, There will initially be 2 classes of Pokemon of Poke Park Kanto ticket: the Trainer's Pass and the Ace Trainer's Pass. That's how they get you. Well, you're not an ace. Like the Ace Trainer Pass provides the additional benefits of 1 free ride on each of the park's attractions and priority line access, as well as priority reservation privileges for stage show seats. The Ace Trainer Pass also gets your admission to the Sedge Mansion for a photo shoot with Pikachu and Eevee. Oh no. And some exclusive merch. Prices have yet to be announced, but the Ace Trainer Pass will naturally cost more than the standard Trainer Pass, which itself will logically be more than the basic Yomiuri Land ticket. Yomiuri Land pricing is sort of like an old school carnival in that the base ticket just gets you access, just gets you in the gates, and you have to pay separately for the rides. But that also means the base tickets themselves aren't so expensive at $12 US or 1,800 yen for adults and 1,000 to 1,500 yen for kids, depending on the exact age. And kids under 3 years old are free. Single day unlimited ride passes for adults are 5,900 yen, and for kids they're 2,500 to 4,700 yen. In addition, there's also a planned town pass for Poke Park Kanto, which is similar to the Trainer's Pass, except that it doesn't give you the access to the Pokemon Forest area. Initially, though, the Trainer and Ace Trainer passes will be the only ones offered, and purchase rights for the initial batch will be awarded by a lottery system with applications open from November 21st until December 8th. With results announced in late December, applications can be submitted through the Poke Park Kanto official website. Wow, that was more than you probably need to read. Get this. You have to pass a physical fitness test to be allowed into the park. We're just going to read. I love this. It's such a great image to go with.
Do you need like a verified amount of hours on Pokemon Go or something?
So I'm going to read this article instead because it trails off the previous one better. Path through the forest of wild Pokemon could strain some visitors' legs. Ticket cost might be hard on their hearts. Starting with the fitness aspect, Poke Park Kanto is composed of 2 sections. There's the Sedge Town with rides, stage shows, and souvenir shops, and the Pokemon Forest. The idea is to give guests a taste of both aspects of the Pokemon trainer journey, procuring supplies and experiencing events in town, and encountering wild Pokemon while wandering through the undeveloped parts of the world. In pursuit of that immersion, the Pokemon Forest is approximately 500 meters, 1,640 foot long nature trail with grassy sections and tunnels to pass through, and also some pronounced elevation changes. Because of that, the Poke Park Kanto admission policy says that anyone entering the Pokemon Forest must be able to climb a stairway of 110 steps, and those unable to do so will be denied admission to the woods. So do you think that they make you, if it were me, I would just put a 110 step trail up to the Poke Park. If you can get up there, you're good. But the problem is, it's like you actually need to be able to do 220 steps, because once you get to the top, then you have to do 110 steps worth, and then technically you got to do another 110 steps down, right? I don't know.
The one's going down a lot easier, though. You just rolled it.
It's a weird number already, right? Like, why the extra 10 after 100? It really feels like they're going to make you have to prove it somehow. No, I could do that. My house has 110 steps, right? Like, children under 5 years old are also barred from the Pokemon Forest for safety reasons. The park's policy states that the age and physical fitness requirements will not be waived, even if a parent or caregiver is in accompaniment. And this might be the reason why there are going to be 3 different types of Poke Park Kanto tickets, one of which has a reduced price, but only lets you into Sedge Town. Speaking of tickets, we already know that Poke Park Kanto tickets are functionally a supplemental fee tacked onto the Yomiuri Land ticket, as every type of Poke Park Kanto ticket also admits you to the rest of Yomiuri Land too. Because of that, it was given it was a given that Pokepark Kanto tickets were going to be more expensive than Yomiuri Land tickets. What was less expected is just how much more they're going to cost. Here's how much one day all-you-can-ride tickets to Yomiuri Land, not including Pokepark Kanto costs. Adults, $39. Children aged 12 to 17, somewhat less, right? So it gets down from there. Okay, so look, $39 all you can ride at Yomiuri Land, Japan's biggest theme park. Does this seem like a very unreasonable number to you?
Not at all.
Not even a little bit. That's a fucking steal, right? Initially, there are going to be two classes of Pokepark Kanto tickets, both of which grant access to both the Pokemon Forest and Sedgetown sections. Prices for the less expensive ticket class, the Trainer Pass, are listed on the Pokepark Kanto website as adults starting at 7,900 yen, right, versus $39 being 5,900. Well, that works out to only a minor additional cost for kids between the ages of 6 to 11 and none at all for 12-year-olds, meaning it's not an increase of cost, right? It's a pretty steep increase for everyone else, especially teenagers between 13 and 17, whose Pokepark Kanto passes will cost them 3,200 yen more than the normal Yomiuri Land ticket, a 68% increase if they want to go into the Pokemon Zone. The price increases get even more startling for the Ace Trainer Pass, also called the Elite Trainer Pass in Japanese, which grants priority line access for attractions in Sedgetown, free rides on its rides, regular Trainer Pass holders have to pay extra to ride, and a photo opportunity with Pikachu and Eevee, and special souvenirs. Prices for the Ace Trainer Pass are 14,000 yen, so basically double the price, right? A little over double the $39, right? Those are more than double the prices of the regular Yomiuri Land tickets, and in the case of the seniors, more than 3 times as much. Okay, so again, Yomiuri Land, largest theme park in Japan, is basically a little bit more than double to also go to Pokemon Land. How much does it cost to go to Disneyland and Disney's California Adventure, right? Like, holy shit. Even just a price to Disneyland is like $300 per person, is it not? Or at least 180.
Would know.
The bottom line is that they're acting like it's a huge pain in the ass, but it's like, oh, you're going to spend $90 per person. Oh, big fucking deal. It's crazy. Anyway, I think we're good here. You guys good? You ready to go on? I don't remember what's next. What's this? Oh, yeah. So Randy's supposed to be here for this, but he's not. Fortunately, we have Greenline, who is also adequately here. After not getting the role of Ace in One Piece, cosplayer Lucas blamed the industry for being, get this, biased towards Latinos and Brazilians.
What a moron.
He said this because he's Brazilian. Wouldn't you know it, Iñaki, the guy playing Luffy, also Brazilian. Wouldn't you know it? What's his name? Zolo? Right? Zolo, whatever. The guy from Cobra Kai, Mexican, Latino, right? So, foot, meat, mouth, right? I'm going to be real. Cosplayers sometimes unironically ego themselves so hard as if a single tariff won't send them back to the Walmart front lines. Jessica Negri said, I have a seniority. I cosplayed him in 2013. How dare he think he can cut in line? What's happening on the mail? Oh. Look who decided to show up, right?
Think of the devil, there he is.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
Too late. We already covered it. Yep. Your loss.
We just passed the Jessica Negri. Sorry, I'm trying.
Okay.
Also, they Discussing Film posted the set photos or whatever that Netflix released of Smoker and Toshigi.
Toshigi's got that vibes of that feminist Big Red.
Yeah. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And it's super fitting that she's voiced by Monica Rial in the Funimation version.
Yeah, so people saw this image and said, this looks like a low-budget porn.
Right.
And they ain't wrong. Yeah.
Like, it's so weird having these characters, like, in real life that just, it feels like they don't fit sometimes, I swear.
Girl, why don't you suck on my cigars?
Why not put him play Smoker? He's a perfect casting.
All right. Live action One Piece Season 3 fills out Baroque Works ranks with Mr. One double finger casting. Oh, it actually loaded in here. Cool. So we'll click on this. Oh, never mind. It opened over here. Great job. All right. Any thoughts on
I have a thought. I mean, he seems rather dark-skinned for a rather light-skinned character, but you know, what do I know?
It's almost racist to have cast him just because of the lips. Right?
Oh, damn.
Am I wrong?
A unibrow too?
Does he have a unibrow? I thought he was just squint.
Yeah, no, he has a unibrow.
That'll be funny.
They should have hired a guy with a unibrow. Terrible cast.
I mean,
I guess they cast her based on the lips.
I was just gonna say. I mean, like, if I ignore who she's playing and I put my hand up and cover it, she looks like a sad, used to have a drug problem version of Scarlett Johansson. But then when I see who she's playing, I'm like, oh, actually, kind of works. Perfect casting.
I think of all the characters, Mr. One is probably black. Like, Oda uses the same color for a lot of things when he's coloring in stuff. So I don't know. I think the odds are probably high that he was just a light-skinned black man.
I hope he really starts working out and gets that neck so you can have that pinhead look we got going on here.
Are they going to lighten his skin and give him some white face for the role?
He looks the same skin tone as Usopp, right?
Yeah, well, like I said,
yeah,
the same like he uses one Copic marker for the skin tone, and that's it. He sticks to it. I think there's like one time he drew. There's like literally like one or two times. I think ironically for Baroque Works, there's like a black girl that works for them, and I think he drew her skin darker one time. But it's very rare that he will pick any other skin tone to use when he's coloring in stuff.
Kotuti said, do they provide VR glasses that project the Pokemon? Why didn't they hire you? A Pokemon Go for VR would be good too if they have every Pokemon catchable at the park. Honestly, I can't believe Pokemon Go didn't get brought up in the article at all. Like, it seems like the perfect way. It's like, oh, how are we going to get people to want to come to our park? Oh, well, let's just incentivize them with the game they're already playing so that now they'll be willing to fork over those $40 and, come in just to catch that shine. It's all shinies in the park, the kind of thing. Fuck, man, that'd be goddamn lit. They did that white-faced Jamie for Spider-Man. They did white-face Jamie for Spider-Man. Jamie... J. Jonah Jameson.
I would wonder if they would have to pay Monopoly Go people money to advertise Pokemon Go with the theme park. Maybe they're trying to avoid that. Oh, Jamie Foxx.
Oh, Jamie Foxx? Oh, saying they lightened up Jamie Foxx for the role of Shocker?
He wasn't Shocker. He was Electro.
Whatever. Jesus. I'm going to take a lead. You fucker.
Shock-no-cock over here.
Shock-no-cock.
There are too many electric villains in Spider-Man.
Doc Shock.
Well, it kind of actually fits because there's like this whole meme of like, well, I guess it applies to superheroes, not so much villains, but a lot of black superheroes have electric powers.
Static Shock.
Why?
Yeah, it's just like a I don't know if it's I don't think it's intentional. It's just there's like a meme, like quick name like 10 black superheroes that don't have electric powers. Like even Miles Morales has they gave him electric powers.
Yeah.
He has like this electric thing.
This is like making the characters like watermelon or fried chicken. Like
it's getting to the point. Like where it's kind of become a stereotype. There's a terrorist organization called Shocker. Damn. Aqualad has electricity too. And
you guys were the entire time I was gone. You were listing off the amount of electric villains in Spider-Man. Is that what happened?
No, the amount.
Yeah,
of
that's
black
exactly
electric villains.
Oh my god!
That's
pretty much all of them.
As well,
all of them.
Static Shock. Wait, no, he's a good guy. Okay.
Yeah, but that's still a black guy with electric powers.
Yep, it's true. So it's the power they're allowed to have, I guess. I don't know.
Seems to be.
All right. You ready for the most bizarre thing I never expected to see and cover on the podcast? Report claims President Donald Trump's influence gives Paramount the edge in bids for Warner Brothers, while also helping revive the career of Brett Ratner and the Rush Hour series. I'll take it, I guess.
I voted for this.
That's my president. I just want him to go to another country and just be like, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? He's like, all right, Paramount Skydance is the alleged frontrunner in the battle to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery, and they reportedly have the President of the United States to thank. The friendship the Ellison family, who owns Skydance, has with Donald Trump is said to be giving them a leg up among bidders. How? What the fuck? like Warner Brothers is like, should we go with the highest bidder or the one Trump likes? Like, what the
wow.
It just seems like such a strange statement to make. According to the New York Post.
Sorry, just quickly, the idea of being, I would assume that in order to get the okay from the FCC to okay the selling of the company, they might think that going along with whatever Trump wants will ensure them to be allowed to sell the company.
Maybe.
That would be my only guess.
According to the New York Post, it's not their association by itself giving the Ellisons the lead. The Ellisons' bid is sweetened by the fact that they are willing to buy all of Warner Brothers Discovery to the last component, including CNN. To them and Trump, the cable news dinosaur started by Ted Turner is still worth saving for its untapped potential. Guaranteed the second you buy CNN, the remaining viewers will leave, right? Because the only people still watching it are watching it for the anti-Trump content.
Well, I mean, hold on.
Fuel their Trump derangement.
If you change it to the Trump News Network,
CNN.
I guess that's already a thing, though, isn't it? I think that might be already a thing.
No,
but anyway, they could still do it. Who cares? Let's go with it.
They see CNN, warts and all, as a very profitable business worth saving, says the Post. Trump, meanwhile, desperately wants CNN, whose correspondents regularly spar with him at the White House and on Air Force One, neutralized out of its anti-MAGA coverage, one top broadcast executive recently told. Trump is in Zoolander? Is this... Trump is in Zoolander. I have not seen this movie. I wouldn't have guessed. No.
That's a good one.
Under Ellison/Skydance leadership, it said Trump believes CNN will go MAGA, much like Paramount reportedly is, as the Ellisons will hire people who squeeze left-wing bias out of its news programming. Because of their biases, the President of the United States has not been CNN's biggest fan while he's been in office. And there are anchors there he would like to terminate. I love how it's like Trump is Trump in the bid to become president of Warner Bros. Discovery as well as the United States? Is that how this is going? However, his ambitions might extend beyond turning around one 24-hour news channel. Another report claims Trump wants to, this is the only reason I'm covering this, Trump wants to reshape popular culture, especially at the movies. In no uncertain terms, the president wants to see more action on the big screen of the helicopter chase and buddy cop variety. That's my president. For that reason, he is pushing for Rush Hour 4 per semaphore. Other than a love for the Jean-Claude Van Damme martial arts trendsetter of dubious inspiration, Bloodsport, Trump's fixation on this dormant series seems to stem from partnership he has formed with its producer, Arthur Sarkeesian, and its director. Arthur Sarkeesian. I don't trust him. Rush Hour originated with disgraced filmmaker Brett Ratner, who was dumped by Warner Brothers over misconduct charges during the height of Me Too. Work dried up fast, and his production company, Rat Pack Dune, was shuttered. Lately, Ratner has experienced a slow comeback thanks to an upcoming Amazon documentary following none other than First Lady Melania Trump. Sarkeesian also recently partook in a documentary that flatteringly depicted her husband, so there could be a quid pro quo. Some are hoping Trump's aid and media maneuvers behind the scenes could usher in the return of the Snyderverse. The only proof that this is even possible is he really liked Ben Affleck's What the fuck? Am I high? What is this article? First of all, I hate to say it, I think Ben Affleck is the best Batman. I'm sorry. I love the Nolan films. I'd like them even more if Ben Affleck was Batman.
We should watch Dogma for a watch party at some point.
Let's do it.
Dogma?
Yeah, you guys should show him Zoolander at some point.
Yeah. I haven't seen Dogma or Zoolander.
Me neither. Zack Snyder's
You made the what is
Why
this
don't we watch Bloodsport and Rush
reference?
Hour as well? Let's just round it out.
every movie mentioned this article. Let's do it.
Zack Snyder's activity. Wait, hold on. Summer Hope. No. Okay, yeah. Zack Snyder's activity on Instagram might be a sign the director knows the tide is shifting behind the scenes in his favor. Until Warner is sold and the Snyderverse is brought back to life officially, no one can say that is the case. So I have not bothered to cover a ton of articles about this stuff because, quite frankly, the only thing more annoying than Marvel Disney news is Warner Brothers DC news. And there's a lot of like behind the scenes stuff about James Gunn and the future of the DCU and like constant back and forth thing about a whole bunch of different stuff that I don't give a shit about. That Park Place has written way too many rumor articles about it. I don't care. But it's interesting to see like just potentially if Trump likes it, it's happening. Kind of like is apparently what I'm reading. He manifests destinies that shit out of thin air. All right. We covered this quite a while ago that Nintendo pulled their stuff from the RTA in Japan speedrunning event. So apparently they have returned to the charity speedrunning event after previously demanding the prior permission. So again, just to recall, previously they demanded that you get permission to use their games at a charity auction. The best look that a company has ever had, right? Anyway, Nintendo games will be featured once again during the winter event for charity speedrunning event RTA in Japan, following the game company's previous demand asking for prior permission for each title. As we previously reported, RTA in Japan has been running since 2016 without issue, despite Japan's fair use laws and streamers in some instances seeking permission from the publisher to stream a game. Nintendo have even released guidelines and made demands of streamers who have violated them. Just before RTA in Japan summer 2025, Nintendo told organizers in June that prior permission was needed for all their titles and all prior uses had been unauthorized. Organizers pulled Nintendo games from the event, stating that they would be submitting permission requests in advance along with negotiations. Now, it appears that the hatchet has been buried as Nintendo games are in the lineup for RTA in Japan winter 2025. On November 2nd, RTA in Japan organizers shared the list of games chosen for RTA in Japan winter 2025. Those in orange being selected while those in green are a backup. Where you don't even have a fucking list. Why are you even telling me that? And the contenders hoping to beat records on the Google Doc, we can see 26 titles published by Nintendo, all in the selected category, meaning if all goes well, they will be broadcast. Anyway, I'm not even going to bother reading all the names. Despite this progress, RTA in Japan organizers haven't placed any additional attention on the returning and brand new Nintendo games that will be played throughout the breakneck pace. I'm honestly just covering this because we covered it previously. I don't think there's anything in here that really matters. I'll just remind you guys that Nintendo has always had the worst policy when it comes to streaming and stuff. For a while there, they made it so that you couldn't monetize content of their games. Like if you were playing any Nintendo games, they literally de-incentivized Let's Plays of Nintendo games for a while on YouTube.
Yeah, that was a while ago. So yeah, sorry, I missed. Is it just that they asked permission now and they got the permission? Because the last time it was like they said a cease and desist, you have to ask us permission, and then they're like, oh well, it's not. We don't have enough time to ask for permission now, and that's why it got pulled.
Rescinding their need for permission, or did RTA in Japan just get permission in time for the event this time? Let's find out.
Because, last time it wasn't that Nintendo was being like censors about it. It was just they wanted them to ask for permission, which, given that they have a whole year to plan it now, probably
that looks like it is what happened. So Nintendo has not relented. They just this time around had enough time to request. According to the AI that is summarizing this thing, it says here, based on the available information, RTA in Japan obtained permission from Nintendo for the winter 2025 event rather than Nintendo rescinding the requirement. The organizer stated in August that they would be submitting permission requests in advance along with negotiations, and then the November announcement shows 26 Nintendo titles in the selected category. Got it. Okay. I cared so little about it. I don't even think I read committed to memory as I was reading it, any of that stuff. Anyway, in movie news, let's they wasted money on too many fail projects. I don't know what that's about. That's got to be during the RTA thing, though. Anyway, so We Are Aliens anime film announcement 2026. It is being produced with a French studio as a it's being co-produced with French studio Miu Production. Planning and production by Nothing New. The story of We Are Aliens follows two friends, Tsubasa and Taro, who meet in the summer of their third year as elementary school students. Inseparable at first, their friendship is disrupted by a trivial incident, my favorite trope in media, only for them to reunite some 30 years later in a journey that subtly questions the meaning of life. We'll look at the trailer. It's got a pretty unique art style. Is this it? I think this is it. Get fucked, kid. You think the movie's 100% rotoscope?
It looks that way. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the rotoscoping.
Yeah. In other news, Japan box office Mamoru hosted a Scarlet anime debuted at number 3. Chainsaw Man movie race Eric also surpasses 9 billion yen.
Does this picture suggest that she's not a girl boss after all and has to be saved by her Prince Charming?
We'll see. Maybe he turns into the whale. Tokyo Taxi is the new number 1. Chainsaw Man is now number 5. Last week it was number 1. Infinity Castle still here. Huh. Anyway, moving on. Angel's Egg box office. This is for the U.S. thing. It was November 18th and 19th, I think. I didn't get to see it because fuck my boss. It grossed $676,099.
Hardly anywhere was showing it though. So
yeah, pretty good though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse to cover this. Director Mamoru Oshii says modern animators can't recreate cult classic Angel's Egg. Legendary anime director Mamoru Oshii has claimed that his 1985 film Angel's Egg could not be recreated by today's animation teams, citing industry changes and differences in craftsmanship as key factors. In a recent interview with the Film Stage, Oshii asserted that the intricate hand-drawn detail of Angel's Egg is impossible to replicate within the current production environment. He explained that the original required craftsman-like techniques and extensive manual drawing, which he believes most modern animators would see as tedious rather than creatively rewarding. A lot of fucking lines in the hair, yeah.
Okay, but so wait, why is that impossible?
Well, he's saying that
there's no work ethic.
So tedious that people would give up.
Yeah.
Oshii also pointed to the shift in workflow from purely analog methods to digital techniques. He stated that while current animation uses digital tools for backgrounds, lighting, and effects, the beauty of Angel's Egg comes from every detail being made by hand. something he says is fundamentally different from what can be achieved through today's digital-assisted processes. The film, which originally emerged from an abandoned project and has since grown into a philosophical and visual cult masterpiece, is currently being shown in 4K restoration of Market's 40th anniversary. Oshii's remarks contribute to ongoing industry discourse about how animation production has changed and whether new technology empowers or limits artistic possibility, while digital tools enable faster production and wider distribution. Oshii's view raises the question of whether some forms of visual artistry are now impossible to recreate, and whether that is a loss or simply evolution. Thoughts on this?
I mean, I'll agree with the whole like buzzword handmade or hand-drawn whatever thing if he has like a bunch of 360 shots.
Yeah, I'd have a lot more to say about this if I had actually seen it.
I was invited to see this, but the person who invited me never followed up, so rip bozo.
Damn.
I saw it ages ago, and honestly, I didn't really think much of it to me.
Yeah.
Well, tell that to Mamoru Oshii.
You ain't shit, Oshii.
The only good thing you did was Innocence.
And Bloodlust Vampire. Right. All right. Undead Unluck Winter Arc anime reveals new trailer and key art. I want you to take a gander because finally, Undead Unluck live action.
They didn't get
the beanie.
No. I can't remember the girl's name. Undead Unluck. No, not
her name is Izumo, right?
Fuko
Izumo.
Yeah. She has
huge tits.
Assets. What? Yes.
Okay. All right. There you go.
To be fair, One Piece was first.
All right. GAEA-TIMA, the Giantess anime adaptation announced.
Could have had a great title with one extra T.
Titma?
No.
Gigantic. Okay. All right. So when I first read the title and I saw this, I thought it was going to be about an average everyday Japanese girl who grows to the size of the kaiju to fight them, and it would be funny as fuck. No. Unfortunately, my imagination is better than theirs. Right?
Didn't the Gantz creator make a show or make a series like that?
Probably.
Well, like the main character's favorite JAV star turns into a giant. From the Gantz mangaka or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't remember the name of it.
So, a monster that people call GAEA-TIMA devastates a small seaside town. 10 years later, the resilient community has emerged as a tourist destination, and Miyako, who became a local celebrity by surviving the attack, is making a living selling mini replicas of the beast. But when GAEA-TIMA returns, Miyako and her neighbors will discover that their enduring connection to the creature goes deeper than tourism and trauma. Just what is the true agenda behind the attack of the Gigantus? Are there more like GAEA-TIMA waiting for their moment? And is humanity capable of responding to violence with anything other than more violence? This is the person who said, no, I won't fight for Japan, right? Violence? Stupid.
Here in the private chat, it's literally just called Gigant or whatever.
Are you going to send it?
I sent it in the... Oh, yeah, there it is. Sorry.
Oh. From Umiklo. All right. Anime win. Okay, anyway. So I didn't get what I wanted. But you know what I did get? Orange and Igloo Studio produced new Godzilla anime series. What? Toho's chief Godzilla officer. Imagine being the CGO of a company. I'm the chief Godzilla officer. Right? Keiji Ota presented the above concept art and stated, "This work is a first for the franchise, featuring a boy who possesses the power of Godzilla."
Shame
I do not want anything to do with this show. Get me out of here.
And we believe it will be able to more deeply portray both the fear and hope of the modern era. If you say so.
It's a shame
of the modern era, so is it going to be full of he misgendered
the
me?
Fear and hope of the modern era. All right. Also, Saga of Tanya the Evil's got a season 2 finally coming.
Hasn't it been like confirmed for a good while?
Yeah,
it's just taking them so
they
long.
announced it in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited.
Sounds like they're going to have to dust off their Monica Rial.
Well, she still gets work, so. She's voicing the character in Isekai Quartet, right? Which is
yeah. I forget that even exists. Anyway.
They still haven't even dubbed this movie or the Isekai Quartet movie yet. So it's like, fuck, come on.
Look at these fingers.
Come on, studio nut.
Can't nut with those fingers. That's right. All right. Original anime Love Through a Prism premieres in January 2026. We're going to watch the beginning of this trailer.
Just the beginning?
Just the beginning. I mean, we could watch the whole thing if you want, but I feel like the beginning is where all you really need to see. So that's England. A nation that was ruled by a woman? Not beating the allegations, Netflix.
突然すみません。道に迷ってしまって、馬車の乗り場。
食うか？セント・トーマス美術学院へようこそ、リリ一条院。
ドロシーって呼んでね。サムライなんでしょ？
いや、麗しき二人のレイディ。ピーター・アンソニーだ。小早川慎之介って言います。後ろは妹のさくら。
この不思議くんが不動の1位、キッド様。もう何人もパトロンがついてるって噂よ。うわー！頭で真っ黒なパン食べてた変人！
そのセント・トーマス美術学院で1番を獲得しなさい。そうすればその後の滞在を認めます。
あいつから1位の座を奪い取ってやる。
あんたの名前と一緒だな、リリ。
クリストファー？
キッド他の誰だって言うんだ。いい加減貴族としての自覚を持て。
キャサリン・ハスター、クリストファーの婚約者です。人と一緒にいる資格なんてない。
彼女を連れて日本に帰れ。
伝えなきゃ伝わんないよ。
プリズムなのぞ、あいつの瞳は。リリの力になりたいと思ってるからさ。
あの日本人のことをどう思っているの？
誰かと比べる必要なんかない。
ちゃんと伝えるんだ。
Wow.
Really, it's Georgie.
I thought you said we were just gonna watch the beginning of the trailer.
You fucking complained. So we watched the whole thing.
No, I was making a joke. I was making a joke.
You played yourself.
Just the beginning.
Charisma anime to adapt project from Sismic creators. Hypnosis Mike. That's what that must say. Hypnosis Mike creators. All right. I don't know who Hypnosis Mike are, but I can tell you right now, they gay AF. ordinary guys.
You're right. That is the least gay thing I've seen all day.
Yeah.
It's a shame you didn't have do the like share files so you could pause at certain spots. You're just so you can get a double look. Like was that guy in bondage?
Yes. If you want, I can go back and we can do it again.
No.
If you really desperately need to see the
I was just saying for the
sparkle
benefit of the
nipple
audience
scene with the polygons and stuff. Okay. Just making sure we didn't miss what you needed out of it. I'm here so you can get off. I just need to make sure when you say, "Oh, we're not going to watch the whole trailer,"
no,
I'm here for you.
That was a joke. I was waiting for the punchline of why we're not watching the whole trailer. Okay, and you just played the whole trailer, and it's like, what was the? I didn't get the punchline of why you wanted to show the only part of the trailer.
Ronan, we covered this earlier. You can check it out later. Did you guys hear about the Amazon using it? Yes, I did. Here's the problem. I want to cover this. Every single clip of it gets the video blocked worldwide. So I'm kind of hoping that something happens in the future and we might eventually find one, because I actually think the dubs sound pretty good as far as AI dubs sound. Yeah, we'll talk about that in the future. JT Vega says it's not that anime. It's not just that anime. It's some of Amazon. Yeah. Even some shows that already have an English dub that apparently Amazon said, don't pay for the license for the English dub. We'll just use our AI dubbing. Yeah.
They won't notice the difference.
Pardon the Intrusion, I'm Home. Romantic comedy manga gets an anime in 2026. There's a lot going on here. So is this what it means to have roommates now? Office worker Rinko, 24, lives alone and is secretly an otaku. One day, her apartment gets connected to the two neighboring rooms through a hole in the wall.
A glory hole?
I think I've seen this anime. It was rather short. It was only like 2 episodes.
Close my door. Close my door. Close my door. In the room on the left is a fresh-faced yet mysterious guy who is overly sweet to Rinko. The room on the right is occupied by a guy with violent tendencies who is similarly mysterious. But wait, I think I know him. Rinko's only source of solitude, her apartment, has been turned upside down. Now, every day is full of heart-pounding surprises. Can't wait to see the domestic abuse. All right, a Misanthrope teaches a class for Demi-Humans anime expands its roster with 5 more cast editions. So I hate to say it, I'm struggling to keep our gag going, where it's the show about screwing the evolutions, because we got our Vaporeon, our Flareon, our base Eevee, and our Espeon? Sylveon, right? So we got to have...
I think it looks more like Espeon.
Either way, I don't know how to do these ones. I mean, Umbreon or whatever, right? Maybe this is Sylveon now?
Leafeon.
No, that would be Leafeon.
Whatever.
And then Sylveon is the pink one right there.
Okay.
Transform.
How do I make these work? This joke is over. I don't know. Moving on. Okay. Playing death games to put food on the table. Anime reveals its premiere date in Guest House game trailer and visual. Yep. Damn. One of these outfits ain't like the others. Holy shit. Anyway, this is a thing we've been talking about a couple times. We're going to move past it. All right, cool. Magical Girl Raising Project Restart anime unveils character art for Noko-chan. Interesting. She put her hair in little bags. Anyway, continuing. Here we go. One Punch Man. This is becoming a regular segment, is it not? Let me start.
The One Punch update.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh boy. If you pan the camera hard enough, it's animation.
Yep. Next. Anime Rave says the animation is so poor the fan service is not even servicing. First of all,
the tint.
Well, yeah, not only the tint. I mean, I just want to point out, is that a child's hand? Why are they so stubby? I mean, if you're into muscle mommies, I think it's still servicing, but I just... Yeah. Anyway, there's a whole segment here. This is a very long video. I didn't get copyright claim for it, but I don't want to show the whole thing. We're just going to move past it and say that if you want to watch it, you can watch it in the doc. Yeah. The fan service isn't servicing.
It should have been me, damn it, not him.
Should be
Yeah.
better.
Also, it has come to our attention that not only does she have a child's hand, but she's got 6 fingers. Right? 6 fingers for the 6 years fans had to wait for this worthless anime. Made by people that shouldn't be anywhere near One Punch Man. Sell the IP to the fan animators on YouTube, please. All right, somebody was pointing out that while I think season 3 is horrible, 6 fingers is not something rare to see. Here's baby Aaron in season 4 of Attack on Titan with 6 fingers, whoever this fucker is from One Piece, with like dramatically... You can just tell that the artist got to the end and just kind of forced it in because the fucking pinky is thicker than the pointer, and in it, like, just the fucking, how do you fail that hard?
Honestly, I respect the 5th finger in that one because it just shows how fierce of a force this man is. Like, he just grew another finger.
That's a big ass middle finger, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, so people were claiming that this one from One Piece was AI. The animator Tatsuya Miki responded to some fans who claimed his work on Newsjuro, that's a weird name, is AI because of a mistake he made when drawing the fingers. I only realized it after an overseas fan pointed it out. I drew the wrong number of fingers. I'm really sorry. I didn't use AI. It's entirely my own drawing. Anyway, yeah, so speaking of using AI fixes the mistake. Yeah. Why are we hiring animators again? All right, and then we've got a breakdown now of the problems from each episode. Episode 2 was the slide. Episode 4, this is a male character wearing a dress that they added boobs to because they didn't understand.
Oh,
I don't know what the problem is with episode 5 in this image. It looks fine to me.
I think it's all the filters.
The filtering, yeah. Episode 6 had the thing we talked about last podcast. Episode 7, right? Animators are still wondering why One Punch Man season 3 episode 1 was the highest rated. I'll give you 2 reasons. Yeah. Let me show that one to you here. Hell, I got this for you.
That bandage was like, I'm no longer needed.
Peace
out.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys show last time that she doesn't have a bandage and the anime they just arbitrarily added it or something?
It seems like they added it. I'm curious if it is AI. I don't think so, but
just watch partway through. They're like, wait, she doesn't have a bandage in the manga. Let's just stop using it. Like halfway through the sequence.
God damn it. I'm trying to go frame by frame here.
Or maybe that's the Blu-ray cut that they mushed into it.
If it goes from this frame to that frame, there's fucking no excuse. Honestly, what it probably is like the layer, like in the timeline, just wasn't extended all the way or something.
Also, what happened to the chain?
It just goes behind her head so they don't have to draw it anymore. There, it comes back. Chain continuity.
Out?
Here, I got this one in here. Hold on. Oh. Maybe it is AI. What the fuck?
that was the 6-second barrier right there. You know?
Yeah. It's only 4 seconds that whole clip, right?
King Crimson stole those seconds from us.
Huh. How does that even fucking happen? I don't get that at all. Anyway, move past that. The anime versus the opening. That was 3 seconds. Yeah. Did they really show a single frame for 30 seconds? Yeah.
無事に突入できたみたいだな。なんだか最後はあっけない感じだったな。そりゃだってあの人たち S 級だよ。そんじょそこらの怪人じゃ歯が立たないよ。それはわかるけど。
確かにこいつの言う通りだ。
15 seconds so far.
罠を張っていた割にはやけにあっさり侵入を許したように思える。
先輩方大丈夫ですかね。
なるようになるだろう。なんせ S 級ってのはドイツも人知を超えた化け物レベルの連中だからな。
31, 32.
ここから本番だ。
Holy shit.
Guys, we need to start making our own anime. If this is the bar.
I didn't pay so close attention when season 2 was coming out, but I'm just like not feeling like the Blu-ray is going to say this. All right. Don't tell me you're too scared to move. Someone tell bro the real reason. Oh no. Yep. Oh, goodbye.
We lost no.
Bro is too scared to move. All right. Bandai Namco Filmworks launches in-house anime schools amid animator shortage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Bandai Namco Filmworks not involved in some way with
They're
One Punch Man?
They are the producers. Yes, they are. They're training up the staff to touch up for the Blu-rays.
Give me more of that cope, please. Just I need it right in this vein, please. Give me some more.
Right between the eyes. See that letter still in right. Whoa, go back up.
This has what to do with Bandai Namco, by the way.
Wow. Why have we not seen that image on any Demon Slayer articles? Holy shit.
Well, I saw this previously and grokked it. I grokked it so hard. Bandai Namco Filmworks has revealed a new midterm strategy running from 2025 to 2027 to tackle the chronic animator labor shortage in Japan by establishing in-house training schools and supporting employees through creative industry career pathways. I just love the idea that they're like, like how HR will be like, all right, everybody, we're instituting a mandatory be ashamed of your whiteness seminar that you have to attend, right? But now it's like the HR comes in and is like, hey, thank you, janitorial staff, we love the hard work, you're gonna go to animation class now. Like, we need you. According to the company newsletter published on November 17th, the initiative includes 4 key measures: using Sunrise Animation School and Sunrise Art School to train job-ready talent, supporting workers through a screenplay school and production school for those seeking creative career changes, establishing internal CG and filming teams to gather digital know-how, and launching an original IP proposal project to allow employees at any experience level to pitch creative ideas. The aim is to maintain high-quality anime production as the industry races ahead, about 300 new titles annually, and to ensure Japan-based studios continue producing top-tier works. Bandai Namco says the training programs will involve scholarships and employment opportunities post-graduation, while also offering practical work experience via the original IP project. With the global anime market surpassing $19 billion in 2023, the company asserts a huge part of responsibility for sustaining the creative worldview-rooted production that Japanese anime is known for. What the fuck? With the global anime market surpassing $19 billion in 2023, the company asserts a, quote, huge part of responsibility for sustaining the creative worldview-rooted production that Japanese anime is known for. So, you're censoring One Punch Man. Is that what it's known for? Like, I don't know. Fuck off. All right. Meanwhile, Young Jump Newcomer Manga Award winner's work accused of being AI generated. A Young Jump Newcomer Manga Award winner has triggered widespread backlash after readers spotted AI-style visual errors, calling the victory suspicious and questioning whether one of Japan's biggest manga contests is now rewarding AI-generated content. The manga in question, Mikuni no Hababakir-sama by Morinaga Burubun, received an honorable mention along with the monthly Best Award, earning a total payout of 430,000 yen. Shit, man. Yummy bears I'd have to capture to get them. The official jury commentary praised its very high drawing ability, its fan service, its action and energy, and the effort to keep readers engaged. I love you enter a manga contest and you walk away with an honorable mention fan service award. The story was shit, but the fans are... They also noted that the character settings, story, and structure had much room for improvement, saying the plot was overly complicated and explanations unclear, making it harder to read smoothly. The announcement also encouraged readers to view the full work online, but then came the tweet that exploded the entire situation. A user posted a thread that the artwork had obvious AI tells. No. What? Their faces are just melting. There are women with beards. Yeah, I did think that was a little strange. There are women with beards, children whose eyes look like they're melting, and the main character all have that typical AI masterpiece face you see in generated art. It's completely AI illustration. So is the Young Jump Newcomer Award allowed to use AI? The accusation secured 29 million views in 2 days, but came 2 months after the news of the winner was announced. Now readers are openly questioning whether the contest verified the authenticity of the art at all, or if a generative AI submission just walked away with nearly 500,000 yen, while human entrants competed honestly. Damn. Seriously. You want to see something really funny that'll also be sad because of the censorship? Tentacle Boyfriend manga removed from Amazon Japan listing. Yes.
Boo.
Well, hoodie. The adult romantic comedy manga Tentacle Boyfriend has reportedly been delisted from Amazon Japan, sparking concerns among fans about censorship and corporate pressure affecting niche adult manga titles. The author announced via their social media account, quote, the first volume of an erotic comedy about getting intimate with a boyfriend who has tentacles is now on sale. However, in a follow-up post, they stated, the manga Tentacle Boyfriend has been removed from circulation on Amazon. Those who already purchased the digital versions and downloaded it can still read it. Please consider buying from other sites such as Yodobashi Camera, Rakuten Books, and other stores available in the link. I apologize for the inconvenience. Maybe it will become available again someday. No explanation has been given for the disappearance, and there has been no statement from Amazon regarding whether the delisting was due to content policies, classification issues, automated filters, or an internal review. Such a move would be predictable if this were the Western Amazon. But this removal occurred on Amazon Japan. Some might speculate that the West's obsession with banning things they find distasteful could be spreading to Japan. How could you ban this? It looks so wholesome.
I bet the Seven Seas will pick it up.
Put it back. You think Seven Seas will pick this up and Amazon .com will carry it?
Oh yeah. I will remind you, I bought the Futaboo manga from Amazon.
That was before they got woke, though.
Maybe it's still on there. Let's find out.
The AI ick continues. What is their contention about the winner using AI? Is it a copyright claim? I think that it's just the AI art isn't art crowd. We were talking about this before the show. That AI art hate is the new Trump derangement syndrome. AI derangement syndrome, right? Just like,
well, I will say, like, when it in terms of like winning awards or like getting a praise,
you want to root for John Henry. I get it.
No,
I understand.
But no, like if it's AI, like then instantly we know you didn't put in as much effort, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
And then
I love that they're like, oh, the story is convoluted and stuff. Probably use ChatGPT to write it, you know? Like,
yeah, but then also, not only did you not put in much effort, but you didn't put in enough effort to even overcome the small, like, obvious tells that it's AI, you know? Like, you didn't go and fix the weird eyes. You didn't go fix the weird artifacts that happen.
Like, that should have been super easy to just erase, you know?
Yeah. Like, so you've done no work. And so, yeah, if there's effort put in, I don't care. If it's like, well, I care less that it's AI. It's like, well, okay, whatever. But like, if you're just being lazy, like, no, you get the fuck out of here.
All right, I'm going to do a AI summary of this next article here, so it goes a little faster. So Yoko Taro says he's still making games, but they just keep getting canceled during development. I feel, tinfoil hat, that Square Enix wants to keep paying him a salary so he won't work for a competitor and make games that, like, they don't want to produce the games because they like, ooh, it's icky. I want to, you know, impress the Western gamers. I don't want to make the hottest game character that the world has ever seen to be have a new rendition that people will love. You know,
I found a great one.
Oh,
we can definitely show this one. Not the first one. I'm just sending you right now. This newest one, just to show that Amazon does carry the hot stuff.
Yeah, oh God. Why can't we show the first one?
I don't know. I didn't know how much of a boundary push you wanted to do.
I don't want to show either of these just because the title of the second one is disgusting.
This is
all right. Says here, Nier creator Yoko Taro revealed at G-Con 2025 that he has been working on multiple game projects, but they keep getting canceled during development, which explains his absence from releasing new games since 2022's 404 game reset. During a panel discussion with Hideki Kamiya, Taro explained his pragmatic creative philosophy. He focuses on making what I can make with available resources rather than chasing dreams, and prioritizes giving games a reason to be bought beyond just being interesting. He emphasized that while he has been actively working and getting paid, the lack of releasing output makes it appear he's inactive, although he believes it's better to not to release something strange than to force projects out. Taro couldn't provide any timeline for when his next game might release, as the cancellations have been due to studio executive decision rather than the lack of effort on his part. Well, I'm glad we didn't stop to read the whole article. Past it. All right. The Gothic remake censors all the sex appeal. Okay. Yet another remake of a beloved cult classic is being toned down and modernized, as Gothic has gotten rid of all the sexy outfits that made the women safely dressed, something that game enthusiasts have fully come to expect of remakes at this point. A Twitter user drew attention to the heinous censorship and compiled comparisons of the remake's new female designs and the original designs. Oh, shit. Fuck. It doesn't really matter. Let me see if it's on the next one, though. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big enough topic to even care about. There's also this character, Gomez, had a very, like, semi-erotic, like, painting of himself, like with, like, women at his feet kind of thing. Above his throne, they also removed that. Critics have noticed that the remake not only tones down the sexy outfits, but also makes the women uglier looking in general. Yes. Yes. I've also noticed. I've also noticed this. Something that is also quite common in Western titles. Many have expressed that the mod community might fix this inexcusable censorship if they don't get banned off the modding platform, but some believe that only further boldens such censorship by way of giving the developer money. Pirate it and then mod it. No, Chloe. Nope. Leave.
Why?
Because I'm in the middle of a show. You know. Come on. Scoochies. No. 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 I said no. I said no.
Just show Callie.
Callie's over there now. Take it and go. Get out of here.
Just show them Callie real quick.
No. Leave.
Can you just show Callie for like 3 seconds?
No. Back.
Technical difficulties.
We'll just check him out for a minute. Oh, wait, maybe he's done. Oh, no, he's not. He's done.
He was a writer, not an illustrator.
He's back.
Oh, I missed the.
Too much.
Oh, I muted you.
She's.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I've capitulated her a little too much lately, so she she's learned that, well, if I just keep pressing, he'll eventually show my random artwork or whatever on stream. Okay, anyway, next up, Gothic remake developers on censorship. Quote, everything we do has a reason.
Yeah, the reason is either you're pushing a social agenda or you can't make good-looking people.
Yeah, you suck ass at art. In response to the masses learning that the Gothic remake will be censored, the developers provided a response saying they have no, quote, political agenda in any way that quote, everything we do has a reason, which hasn't filled prospective buyers with much confidence. The developer's response to the censorship news was uploaded to a Discord channel. Everyone, we wish to make something very clear. This is the stupidest excuse I've ever seen. We are right now being accused of pushing a political or social agenda on our game. We wish to assure you that we don't have any agenda of any kind. Anyone claiming otherwise is just purely wrong, as proven by our extensive catalog of over 150 published games on Steam alone.
Oh my god.
We publish games. Checkmate. Right? What the fuck? Looks at the 150 games and they're all feminist trash, right? Like,
did you guys know that we make games?
It's like I think you got confused somewhere here because nobody said you've never made a game before. That's not the argument you have to argue against. We are focused on making the best possible Gothic game, and everything we do has a reason in the game that will be made clear once you play, but there won't be any form of censorship or effeminacy. Did we accuse them of that? If anything, you've masculinized. Some characters have different roles, but the main theme and plot remains the same. When fans and game enthusiasts first learned of the censorship coming to the game, they flooded its Steam forums and expressed their dissatisfaction, leading to moderators locking countless threads to stifle rational discussion. You uglify the female characters. Why are Western developers so something or other? Don't care about women. This is blah, blah, blah. Instant no buy. DEI ideology. Why make the women ugly? Won't be buying, obviously. The woman debate. Wokeness is not popular with Gothic gamers. Censoring and uglification. Blah, blah, blah. Game got modernized. RIP. A moderator of this forum has marked this post as the answer to the topic above. Click here to jump to the post. Putting all these topics in one place because Jesus Christ. So let me make this very clear to everyone. If you have real concerns about the models of our game, we are more than happy to hear from you in a constructive manner. This toxic hostility will not work, and I will purge the forums for it. Oh, did the r/art community moderator get a new job? We have shown time and time again that we listen to feedback to present. So present your feedback in a constructive manner. We will listen. Now to all the trolls farming clown emotes because they just post the same stuff on every game for clickbait, you will get removed real fast. The response hasn't particularly enthused critics or erased or eased their fears, with the Steam thread locking message being particularly disrespectful. Censorship is sadly a reality of the modern gaming industry, especially when it comes to remakes. So many are likely unsurprised by this turn of events. Okay. So that's what the current developers for the remake said. And then this got posted on Reddit where they were talking about it, or pardon, on Twitter, not on Reddit. Somebody was talking about it, and then they were saying, like, keeping an eye on the Gothic remake drama because it's one of the most cut and dry examples of a company sanitizing the source material in a while. To which this person says, look how they massacred my boy on behalf of the original dev team. Okay. This is Marcus Kark, the person who... Go away, Grok. who originally designed these characters that have been censored. The devs hate this atrocity of a remake too. Marcus Kark, at Marcus Kark, right? So they're sharing the tweet of him saying, look how they massacre my boy. Somebody came in and said, can you confirm that the original creative intent of the dev team was for these characters to be extremely attractive and sexual because, well, they're essentially there as prostitutes? He says, absolutely. They were just eye candy, sent down by the king to please the inmates who had taken over the prison. Of course, it is misogynistic, but that was the whole point. Funny how that works. Bottom line, we managed to create more interesting looking characters with around 200 polygons 25 years ago. Damn. All right. So, any thoughts on that before I continue?
No.
Third reason for uglification could be the payment process or platform. Censorship is especially on remakes. It's just that with Remake, it's easy to see.
Yeah, I don't know about payment processors. The only criticism I could think of is the rating, and that if they had made them more
that if
attractive,
it was visually. So look, here's the thing. You can have the outfit not be explicit and just have the facial models not be hideous. Like when I look at that, I look at it and the only way I can throw them benefit of the doubt is the idea that they're medieval ages, women who don't own makeup. There's no makeup. Okay, maybe that's what they're going to look like. Right? But for you to do that and then also remove the outfits, right? It's like pick one or the other, right? Make them easy to look at and more conservatively dressed, or make them the photoreal medieval peasant with warts and disgusting face disfiguration, but with the outfit, right? Like pick one. So the one thing like about the remakes that really irked me was when they toned down the Resident Evil 3 remake when they had already done the Resident Evil 2 remake with the same engine and the same dynamics, right? So like in Resident Evil 2 remake, you can shoot the limbs off of zombies, right? And the limb will stay behind and the zombie will still be pursuing you, but without like the leg or whatever. And then in like 3, they made it so well, yeah, you can still do that, but it's a lot less bloody and the limb just magically disappears as soon as you shoot it or whatever. Right? Like shit like that. It's like, why?
Yeah.
What the fuck? There was no reason to do it. Why? You actually have to pursue taking it out of the engine and everything that you already built. Like, that fucking drives me up the wall.
So it looks like it's got a teen rating.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the original one had. But
I never even heard of the game before the controversy. I don't give a shit. But I think it's funny that the original developer came out and clowned on him. Anyway, so Stellar Blade has become Sony's biggest PlayStation exclusive IP debut on PC yet, despite the media-generated controversy. Stellar Blade, the popular and controversial 2024 action-adventure game, recently made the jump from PS5 to PC and has shattered records. This is fucking unreal. So this is for Sony alone. The previous record holder at 77,000 peak concurrent players was Ghost of Tsushima. Stellar Blade more than doubled that. Meanwhile, all the way down here at 37K is The Last of Us, 57K with Horizon, and they act like The Last of Us is like true art and should be the only type of game that gets made, and yet the alleged Gunnar game is stomping it. just outright stomping it. The chart from the game's developer Shift Up shows that Stellar Blade reached 192,000 peak concurrent players on Steam at launch. That makes it more than 2.5 times more popular than runner-up Ghost of Tsushima, which has 77K players at launch. God of War, Marvel Spider-Man, and The Last of Us round out the top 5 single-player games that have been available first on PS5 and now PC. PC gamers are clearly pleased, though Stellar Blade, or perhaps more accurately Eve, the protagonist, has been highly criticized. Stellar Blade is a third-person game where the players take on the role of Eve, a soldier and last survivor of her squad. I don't need to read any of that shit. So I guess the point's really been made in the opening there. And Randy, you and I were talking about this, and it does kind of make sense because right before the game released for PS5, there was all those like censorship.
Yeah, like the hard R and the outfits.
Hard R being the sign for the R shop, and the word hard being a type of graffiti they throw everywhere in the game. And it just so happened at one of the R shops that it says hard and then R next to it. And then, the censorship of the outfits and stuff. So logically speaking, there would be people who, once there's the censorship, they say, I'm not going to buy the game. And then when the game comes to PC, it's like, well, now I can mod it. And there's that community as well, right?
Yeah.
That it kind of makes sense in some degree.
And it's also like...
but for a 2.5 times boost, I don't think it's that. You know what I mean? 2.5 times higher than Ghost of Tsushima. I think maybe the 0.5, if we're being extremely generous with that crowd, right? That maybe the 0.5 part of it would come there, but not the whole double, you know?
But it's also like a lot of those games were games that were a lot older, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the only one that came out like Stellar Blade came out about a year later.
Yeah, and then the PC version came out shortly came within a year, sort of.
Yeah, it was about a year later, I believe. And same with Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, I think, would be the only real comparable one, because the other ones, although it didn't have the controversy and everything, but the other ones, it did actually have a little bit of controversy on the wokeness, which is also harder to mod out.
Actually,
but
I'm glad you brought that up.
But the other ones were older games that like Sony finally decided, okay, fine, we'll put them on here. So there would have been less hype, less interest to go back and play old games, even though they are like renowned games. But
this one. Oh, yeah. Where's the window? Is it on desktop one? Yes. Okay, here it is. All right.
It's exactly 1 year, I believe. The cool 2T says.
This person tweeted the work that the modders have done on the PC version of Spider-Man 2 is tremendous. They've eliminated all the wokeism from the game. Just.
I mean, even like as a representation of a black person, that face looks so cartoonishly like weird. I don't like, even if your goal was we're not making like a sex appeal.
Did they make her white?
They definitely made her lighter.
Still deaf. Do you play? But at least now you play as a deaf white girl instead of
hold on.
The
No, it looks like she's got headphones in versus a hearing aid. So.
Oh, is that?
She just can't hear you over the music.
Oh no.
I honestly, they should just take out that mission entirely.
Oh yes. So then also, because of course, if you don't remember, there is a mission where your task is to help a guy ask out another guy to the prom or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So you play gay wingman, right? But in the PC mod,
Nice.
You help.
I think it was a homecoming. Like
Sanjay,
literally, you can see
and
the sign
you
saying
help the
homecoming.
Indian man get the white girl, right?
He got MJ.
That's what it seems like, right? Okay. All right, so Tales of Berseria Remastered garners negative criticism. Guess why? Greenline, you play these games, yeah?
Greenline is not here.
Going twice. Greenline plays them so much, he's playing them right now while washing his balls. Okay, anyway, so the reason that these are being negatively criticized is the fact that this is the second most recent game in the franchise. Like, there's a dozen other games they could have remastered, and instead they're taking a game that's already basically current gen and
well, kind of. I mean, it's been a minute since this game came out still.
Can't wait to see the Tales of Arise DLC remaster. This game doesn't even need a remaster. Oh, why not Abyss? The most up-to-date version is on 3DS. It needs it way more than this. Well, the reason why is because this is easier. Yeah, so anyway, this is a whole bunch of shit here. Now, it gets worse because on top of this, the Tales of Berseria Remastered is going to use the international censored version in Japan as well.
Ew.
Fuck.
The upcoming Tales of Berseria Remaster will include the same altered scenes used in the international version of the original game, even in its Japanese launch, as revealed by developer DAG Inc. and publisher Bandai Namco.
They're not having a good year.
In fact, I don't know if I have that. If that was in the Discord, I think I already closed the tab. I'm going to just see if it shows up if I scroll through it real quick. I'm guessing I don't have it. Yeah, I'm guessing I don't have it. Never mind. In a list of changes published on the official site, the company's confirmed that some scenes originally uncensored in the 2016 Japanese release will be replaced by the softened versions used in the international edition. One example cited is the sequence where character Laphicet is impaled by a cross-shaped beam. The original Japanese version showed full gore, while the international version portrayed a less graphic magical attack. Oh no! The remake will adopt the latter depiction worldwide, including Japan. The game is scheduled for release on February 26, 2026 for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S. I don't understand the difference between the X and the S for the Xbox.
So the X, if I remember correctly, is the upgraded new gen version, and the S is like the Xbox Pro for the previous Xbox One Pro. Something like that. So think like PS4 Pro versus the PS5.
I guess. Like Switch and Switch 2. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Nintendo Switch and PC. No further unaltered scenes or separate uncut edition was announced. The change has drawn attention from fans of the series who view the international version's revisions as a dilution of the original Japanese content. The decision signals that the publisher, Bandai Namco, is aligning all regions under a unified version, ostensibly for efficiency and fairness between global and domestic players, but at the cost of the original uncensored Japanese experience. Jesus. Dramatically different. Mega bullshit. All right. Okay, I wasn't going to cover this, but we actually covered this previously. Twinkle Star Nights turns characters into silhouettes on iOS following review issues. Mobile game Twinkle Star Nights has announced a temporary visual change for its iOS version after Apple flagged certain in-game illustrations as potentially offensive to some users. Oh no, I'm offended. I'm offended that you're censoring it. How about that? Catch 22. According to the developers, the review process required modifications to in-game art assets before updates could be approved, leading to a stopgap measure where affected characters are now displayed as dark silhouettes. The developers, Studio Kumasan and publisher XNOA, TMM, released a statement on November 10th explaining that they are working with Apple to revise content flagged during the review. They stated that updates will gradually restore the original illustrations once the necessary adjustments have been completed. iOS version outlook, an apology regarding our response. The Apple stuff we already covered. Issue concerns internal app data such as illustrations and animations, which Apple flagged as including, quote, content that may cause discomfort to some viewers. We've been working with Apple to determine, gay viewers, geez. We've been working with Apple to determine specific corrections and countermeasures for iOS. To comply, we must modify or temporarily adjust certain assets that may be considered offensive or inappropriate. Because these revisions require significant time, we have decided to temporarily replace some assets beginning with the November 11th update. This includes converting certain illustrations and scenes into silhouette representations until the corrected versions are completed. Once finished, the update data will replace the silhouettes and stages.
I really hope that we get a third-party app store at some point.
Seriously.
Jesus Christ. Although, it's kind of like, I don't know how they've done it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk makes his own phone and then he has the X App Store and it's all uncensored. And he takes the market share. You know?
I'm sure he could do that for Android, although I don't know why he would. But I know that some apps, like if they want to be like an adult like material thing, like I know for some manga reading apps, I've had to do it where you like install the app and then you have to like go into the app settings and say, actually, I don't even think you can do it within the app settings. I think you have to like log into the website associated with the app and then say, yes, I want to see like 18 plus stuff. And then you can go back to the app and then, and same with Reddit. I think that's the way it works too, I think. And same with Twitter now, actually. And I think that's like their way around the thing. Like they're not giving you like an 18 plus app. They're giving you the normal app, but then you're allowed to then opt into 18 plus stuff through their website, and then Apple okays that. So I wonder if like the game is doing that, and if they're not, if they could do that, then it might be okay. But it's still like this game isn't 18 plus, so it's like it's weird to make them jump through that hoop for something that's not like 18 plus.
Yeah. Especially because, you know, in like the big catch.
Or at least I don't think that game's 18 plus. But.
Well, the whole problem is that Apple won't even tell them what the issue is. Like they won't specifically tell them like you need to change this art asset. It's just something might be offensive to somebody.
Yeah,
remake your whole game. You know,
companies do that all the time because they're covering their ass, right? If they start explaining it, then it
becomes policy.
Yeah, well, if they start explaining it, not only does it become policy, so then you're like, okay, well, here's another case of it you doing like not doing this or whatever.
As evidenced by the Steam banning that one game we talked about with the woman's backside visible. Yeah.
And so that's exactly why you don't give them reasons, right?
Yeah, you'll probably notice some other people are, you know, are breaking our terms. It's like, you fucking idiot. Yeah.
But it is dumb that they like. I understand why they don't do it, but it's also dumb that they don't do it.
I mean, it's absurd that you have no recourse as the as the person making the thing that makes your app store necessary to exist in the first place. It's like you give them absolutely no, help whatsoever. And
especially too, because it was allowed before, and then after an update, now you're not allowed anymore. Like,
stupid, as we all know. All right.
Another stupid thing.
This is stupid.
Yes.
It's also very funny. It's always funny to me. Stella Sora devs apologize over finger animation and promise potential changes. All right. I'm going to play it. You tell me if you think this is offensive.
I'm angry.
Did you just mod your mask? I've never seen your eyes look like that. All right. So I saw this like 4 different times before I saw the article. And I was under the impression that she was using a bow and like a celestial like arrow attack. Apparently not. I noticed now that she's got like a burning fist gauntlet thing. I don't know. A new character animation of Stella Sora sparked accusations of hidden political messaging, forcing the developers to issue an apology, deny ideological intent, and consider revising the motion. In a response to a new character animation in the game, the developers issued an apology where they said, "Guidance regarding specific motion. Hello, Demon King. We have reviewed your opinions regarding the specific motion of the upcoming character that is currently raising issues." Okay, so we know for a goddamn fact that Demon King has the world's smallest penis. Like, that has just been confirmed. Damn. However, we would like to inform you that this motion, contrary to your concerns, is a scene created by an artist of foreign nationality and has absolutely no relation to any specific ideology. Stella Sora does not support...
Such a cop-out. As if people in the West don't know about this now. Like, it's gotten big enough that people here, especially if they were feminists and like activists, they would know about it. And so just because it's done in the West doesn't mean that that people haven't done it on purpose.
The Koreans
try and sneak it in.
The Koreans would have such an easier life if they were just into cuck porn the way that Japan is. Right?
Okay. Is Japan into that?
The NTR tag, right?
Is that?
Oh yeah.
Is that what
that means? They're big into that.
They're too big into that.
Okay.
See, but Japan has this thing though. What they're into is actually not the cucking; it's the being the one to do it. Right? They're into. They have a like. There's like a phenomenon in Japan where you'll like a person will be pursuing a woman, and you'll start to have like physical, intimate contact with them, and they will say, "Stop! No, I have a boyfriend," even when they don't. And the reason they do it is because mentally in their head, the fact that they think like in their role play that they're cheating makes it hotter. So they like to be the one to cheat on someone, and like that enhances the play for them versus the other way around, which is like, the watching your girlfriend get banged kind of thing. I mean, I think that there's probably some of that too. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying that I think that largely the NTR tags and stuff are sort of on both ends, right? Because obviously putting the character in there to be the actual boyfriend makes it, it's even hotter because now I'm not even pretending. I'm living through vicariously. The character is actually doing it. I don't know. Don't agree with it. But I'm just saying that the Koreans, if they were into being the cuck, that would solve a lot of problems. All right. Anyway, in addition, we are internally discussing this matter with the development team and reviewing follow-up response plans, including the possibility of revisions. We will provide further details on specific response measures through a separate announcement at a later date. We appreciate your valuable feedback, Demon Kings. and we will continue to do our utmost to provide better services going forward. Do you think that the players are called Demon Kings? Is that what that is? Because now it's plural, is what I'm saying. The finger animation in question, which many found to be rather odd, it is not pulling back a bowstring as many had initially interpreted, which is when you see this, it looks like you're pulling the arrow back, right? And the arrow is this red thing, but apparently when you watch it enough, you see that there's no bow at the end, right? It's literally whatever. While some might be convinced that this is censorship, it should be known that the hand sign is regarded as a hate symbol used by a feminist group known as Megalia. Yeah, the Megalia group. This is recognized hate symbol used by adherents to the feminist terrorist group and known cult Megalia, a group responsible for political violence against men up to and including literal castration. While many see this as coincidental, since such a sign is commonly performed with the hands, the fact that there's no real reason for the character to be making that sign with her fingers has many believing this instance might have been purely ideological. I don't know. I mean, I don't really care, but I do think it's funny that the only people who are going to get butthurt by this are the people with the small peepees, you know? And you tell on yourself every time, you know. That's
not only do you tell on yourself, you make it worse.
Yes,
because every one of these stories that come out that says, "Oh, this is a thing that makes these people mad," is just like, "Oh, well, I'll throw this in as a joke." Like, you know, like, did you learn nothing from like people trying to bully you in high school? You laugh at it and you say, that's stupid.
My dick is small.
Or just ignore it. Like,
yeah, you want to see it. Makes them uncomfortable.
F-Drioid? What is this? Vroid? What? The open source app store also censored? I don't know what that is.
Fuck the Android store? I don't know.
Oh, F-Droid. Yeah. He spelled it wrong if that's what it is. The only solution is to allow loading your own apps. Yeah. I guess they need to hire sensitivity readers for games releasing on the App Store.
But the whole thing with Google is that like there isn't like it's not like the Google Play Store and then there's one alternative. You like there could be a sex like uncensored game app store like that you could install. Because it's basically just sideloading with slightly extra steps.
The App Store plus titties.
As far as I know. Anyway, I don't use an Android, but I have one, but like I use it very sparingly for one specific purpose, and that is the NFC programming NFC stuff. But anyway.
I use the Test Flight app. Do you guys know what that is?
No.
So, it's kind of like not worth bringing up necessarily at this point, but I was part of a beta launch of an app a while ago for a program called 8. I don't know why they called it that, but it was kind of like an early TikTok, but with affiliate marketing pulled into it, where basically you would record a video up to a minute, I think it was, and it would the way you would do it is you would scan like the barcode of a product or something, and the idea was that the whole thing was like a TikTok for like unboxings or something. You'd only have like 30 seconds. I think it was actually only 30 seconds or whatever, to talk about the product. And the idea was that you were supposed to make content that would make people want to buy the product. And then it would link to your Amazon affiliate, so that if they bought the product through your prompting them to, it would, you'd get paid. Right. And so the app wasn't ever, fully on the App Store, so I had to run it through an app called Test Flight that basically was a way to load apps that were in progress or whatever. It was an interesting
okay.
idea. I communicated with the developers for quite some time, and I posted some early on in the podcast history and stuff, where I was talking to them because I thought it would be a cool idea if you could pass the affiliate savings on to your followers, right? So basically, instead of you taking in the affiliate earnings, you could offer it to them for less money, right? Like it's basically a coupon. And I was trying to work it into their business model because the app was called 8. So I was like, what if you purchase it day of, you get the full 100% of the affiliate, and then each day closer to 8 days in, it gets closer to you no longer get the discount or something like that. It was a whole big thing. But anyway, Snowbreak Containment Zone, more intimate than ever. A little gross. Something my eye. Snowbreak Containment Zone has released a promotional video teasing new playable heroine Mia. The game pushing its sexiness even further as the beautiful woman can be seen playing around and offering some tongue-based services that players wish they could receive personally. Yeah, are you guys ready for this? Holy fuck.
分析今日もミアの愛の目覚ましだよ。今日のデートのテーマは学園恋愛だよ。この制服めっちゃ似合ってるでしょ。何色だと思う？サプライズ。朝ごはん用意したんだけど味わったばかりなのにね。食べた。じゃあ動こっか。分析何食べてるの？分析員のキャンディーやっぱ最高に美味しい。キャンディーのお返しにとっておきのサプライズをあげるね。
White cloud, go away.
この服ね、すっごく凝ってるんだよ。分析
Ma'am, this is a playground for children, ma'am.
What is this cloud? Get it out of here.
私たち2人しかいないのにすっごく満たされてる。分析員がいるだけで私幸せでパンパンだよ。
Hopefully there's no chance of rain.
There's definitely gonna be a chance of rain.
Maybe if you're Korean, there's no chance of rain. So I have to say, I despise the way that leg looks right there. Ooh, that looks not good.
It looks like a kinked hose.
Oh yeah, it looks bad. I also hate the way this looks. Anyway.
Presumably that was just for the trailer.
Let's hope.
Yes.
For the YouTube. Anyway.
I don't know. It would be weird if it's not for just the trailer.
We've also got Project Mix. There's things up with the Jiggly.
You remember that video that we watched where it was the guy riding the bicycle next to the woman, or the girl standing there with the skirt, and eventually they like upped it to the car zipping by her.
Oh yeah, trying to get the
to try and get the the skirt to flip up. I think we need to do that again with a bar now. Like, how hard do you have to throw
how
the
fast?
How hard do you have to throw the phone on the ground?
glass need to go by?
It's not touching her, but it's somehow jiggling still.
Threw it on the ground.
Because it would hit her hand before it would touch her boobs.
Well, it's like when you're sitting in your car and you're in the turn lane and the car zips past you and the whole car shakes. But this time it's boobs.
The backdraft.
It's localized. Anyway, I don't think we need to even read it. Who cares? What if the censorship cloud is just someone's kink?
That's a cuck right there.
Yeah, that's called being a cuck. All right, YouTube trick turns Idolmaster shiny colors outfits see-through. I adore the horniness of the Japanese. It is so precious. A viral post from an Idolmaster shiny color song for Prism player showed how a basic video editing overlay trick can make official idol outfits look semi-transparent, giving otaku yet another way to adore the game's innocent idols.
And the best thing is, they can never patch this method.
Yeah.
Well, actually, unless they do, they'd have to do unique animation for every outfit.
A Japanese user experimenting with the trend they saw on YouTube shared their results online. Here's what they did. Yep. All right. Here's what they said. I tried that thing I saw on YouTube where you make shiny colors outfits transparent and overlay them with video editing. And wow, it turned into a see-through dress. It looks like you can see the underwear. It's a little misaligned though. Yeah, it looks like it's off by a frame or two. The clip rather vague trick revealed what looks like underwear beneath the idol costumes. Because the method relies on editing software rather than hacking the game itself, fans immediately began testing it on other outfits. The thing that's funny about this is that the outfit that they're using is just the swimsuit. But rather than want to look at them dancing in the bikinis, again, the Japanese roleplay method is that it's hotter if you pretend the bikinis are their underwear, and it's more lewd. Look at I can see through their clothes. Right? Adorably horny. I can't even tell what's going on with this one. It looks way more transparent on the sides than the middle, unless maybe the outfit has like a what do you call, like an apron or something on?
Yeah, it would suck like if your favorite character was like the one that had like their swimsuit had the little frills, like the little skirt swimsuit, you know? It's like, no, my plans are ruined. It's sticking out of the
they've added more of these since I first looked. You have to do it like it would work better with certain colors too. Man, I love it. That's funny. Oh, and then this one is just a link that didn't embed. Nice. Okay. Anyway. Imagine if the transparency revealed the bulge. Thank you, old man. Why don't you reveal your bulge by taking that cash out of your pocket? That's a throwback to earlier, old man. You don't have to. Okay. Trample Cities as a giant anime girl in Giantess Playground. Yes. Those are the penchant for the rather rare fetish that is Giantess, will likely appreciate the rather strange indie title Giantess Playground, as players take the role of a Godzilla-sized anime girl while crushing city. It's all
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Like, this is actually some anime girl's nightmare. It's like stepping on a fucking Lego. Like, oh god, oh fuck, ow, 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 ow.
There are 3 different models to the game: playing as a civilian while trying to avoid dying to the Giantess, playing as the Giantess herself to wreak havoc and destruction, or Rampage mode, where players control the Giantess and grow with everything that they destroy. She doesn't seem to be trying to destroy anything. There we go. It's crazy how much, like, imagine trying to build that clock. I can't believe they literally wrote a song for it.
Okay, I was like, did you test that song before playing it on YouTube?
That's crazy. Okay.
Anyway.
Yes.
But no, you have kids. Like, surely you know, like, the pain of stepping on a Lego. Like,
I suffer it daily. All right. The logical jump from the Giantess is the most cringe thing in the world. Assassin's Creed Shadows Attack on Titan collab launches for a limited time.
Gross.
It is. I didn't think I could cringe this hard. Like, I thought it couldn't get any worse for Assassin's Creed Shadows. I thought it was just going to disappear into the ether eventually. No. I'm going to show you the videos here. They're fucking awful. I don't know why. This one just seems to be this one plus more. So we're only going to watch this one. But I'm also going to show you the preview thing from that other thing. I think it's this one.
It is over.
We call them Titans. A monster that wields death on a scale you've never seen. We must rescue Galwin before Albrecht and his fanatics force him to shift and destroy everything you've ever known.
And if Galwin succumbs, he'll have a Titan.
For fuck's sake. So there's that. That was the preview. This is the actual thing.
It is over.
Godswin's free! Come on, let's go!
I shall ascend!
Come on! We can't let that Titan eat Galwin!
Someone back home once said, a person who can't
Whatever he says.
When you say towering creature, you
was
really
that
meant
nod?
a towering creature.
Yep, it's me.
Thank you. All of you.
That's
Gay!
why.
Well, it finally happened. I met someone taller than you.
And with a bigger appetite, too.
I don't know about that.
Thanks, Josh.
That was a knee slapper.
Long ass video, huh? Wow. Wow. I got so much
How much
done
do you
during
think
that
you-
video. I took
How
a
much do you
leak.
think
got
Yama
dinner.
got out of all that?
Not enough. Sold his soul for what? Yeah. The recently launched Attack on Titan collaboration for Assassin's Creed Shadows has ignited a wave of fan backlash, with many players decrying the crossover's lore-clashing, jarring tone and labeling the event an abomination. It included a limited-time mission set in feudal Japan's Yamashiro region, cosmetic outfits inspired by Attack on Titan, including Mikasa-style costume for the protagonists, new weapons, trinkets, and even Titan-themed mount for a secondary character. Are you fucking serious? But the reaction has been swift and brutal. Many characters took to social media and forums criticizing the collab as tone-deaf and poorly aligned with Assassin's Creed Shadows' grounded historical aesthetic. Not this one. No. Some argued that dropping anime-style Titan monsters and modern pop culture references into a setting rooted in feudal Japan realism cheapens the game's atmosphere. What about the Joss Whedon level writing? the knee slappers. All right. So, yeah. Will Yasuke be on it? Not even a word. They really ruined what Attack on Titan was. Yeah. Of course, Yasuke ran. It's a mean, mad white man. His greatest weakness is the worst I've seen the characters from Attack on Titan. Right? Ugh. Speaking of Attack on Titan announces a new murder mystery. So I saw this a couple weeks ago and I didn't cover it yet because nobody fucking wrote an article about it besides comicbook.com. And if I had just read the comicbook.com article before yesterday, I would have known that I could have covered it. So Studio Ozone is producing a Attack on Titan murder mystery. Now, Ozone is on Anime News Network and listed as a distributor. It's not this same studio. Sadly, it is not an anime. It's a board game. So there you go. That's it. The upcoming board game is yet to reveal when we can expect it to launch. Studio Ozone has confirmed the official collaboration is on its way. The company has, in the past, teamed up with anime franchises such as Tokyo Revengers to create murder mysteries. That's all they do. Board game murder mysteries franchises. That's it. Moving on. All right. Predator Witches light novel and delicious. Phenomenon X manga and more are coming from Seven Seas. Liar's Journey, reborn as a false hero. I'll save the tragic heroine from every death route. Predator Witches. She looks like she's part centipede or some shit. I don't know. When it rains, it pours. I swear I won't bother you again. Me and the Prez, drinking under the stars. Anime when? Phenomenon X, Paranormal Crime Files. That's a little weird. Why does it have Spike Spiegel energy? And then Raoul and his vampire prince. A boys' love manga. As a young orphan, Raoul was adopted and saved by the effeminate, eternally youthful vampire Rose. Is that what this is? Since then, he's wanted nothing more than to help and protect his vampiric savior. His conviction and training has helped him grow into a strong, muscular young man. However, no matter how much Raoul grows, Rose can't help seeing him as that little orphan boy. Boys love. Now, if you read Japanese, like me, you looked at this and said, that doesn't say Raoul. And I was very confused. And I'm going to pull you over to here. 7th Time Loop audiobook, Fire in His Fingertips manga, more coming from 7 Seas. Because at the very bottom is what this is actually. The death-defying princess creates a Yuri harem to survive. Now that you could get behind. So just know that Raoul ain't in this. And it's not boys love. It's in fact Yuri manga. So there you go. In addition,
I like that one better for sure than the description.
Reborn as an aristocratic scoundrel, I broke the game and mastered magic beyond limits. Fire in his fingertips, a flirty fireman ravishes me with his smoldering gaze.
And his fire hose.
Oh no. 7th Time Loop, the villainess enjoys a carefree life married to her worst enemy. Doing secret things with the holy maidens.
Nice. So, Randy, you don't think that Tentacle boyfriend would be picked up by 7 Seas?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Sold on
I
Amazon.
Said, yeah.
After spending the night playing the latest 18-plus game, Itsuki Kusaka finds himself waking up in an entirely different world. Some people have to get hit by Truck Kun to wake up in another world. But if you're not hard enough, it does obviously.
There was a hentai where a guy died from nutting too much.
That's possible? What's the limit?
I
need to know. This is a problem.
And he got all these dick-based powers.
Despite the fact he has no desire to be a hero, his attitude changes when a giant, naked goddess tells him the details of his mission. All Itsuki has to do is teach her disciples a thing or two about sex, with hands-on learning, of course. Is this a dream come true for this adult gaming fan, or will Itsuki find his mission to be more challenging than he expected?
Turns out he's actually Korean.
Also, Love is Money. Boys rape manga. And we already looked at this one. As queen, Marie had it made. She spent her days in luxury and her nights bedding multiple beautiful women. Alas, her tyrannical ways eventually caused her downfall, and her people sent her to the guillotine. Yet, when the blade drops down, Marie doesn't die. Instead, she wakes up 1 year in the past, stuck in an endless loop. Nothing she tries seems to change her fate. Her only chance of avoiding certain death is to win over the countless women who have it in for her by seducing them one by one. Come on. Beautiful story.
That's real
tearjerker.
I know.
Dude, a real tearjerker. Okay. So the Macross Plus movie edition anime is getting a 4K restoration in Japan, and it looks to be coming to a Blu-ray 4K in Japan. Similarly, the Attack on Titan: The Last Attack is getting a 4K Blu-ray as well. They said, with the creation of a new 4K screening master and the 4K HDR remaster and Dolby Atmos audio, you can experience a sense of immersion that you have never experienced before with more cutting-edge images and sound. In addition, from Friday, January 26th, the regular screening version will also be screened sequentially in theaters nationwide. In Japan, of course. Comments have also arrived from director Yuichiro Hayashi. The screening theater will be announced at a later date, so please look forward to it. And I think this is about the... I don't know why I thought there was more in here. I'm gonna ignore it. There you go. We're hopefully gonna get these in the US. Right Stuff news. We got 4 things, right?
Yeah. The Demon Slayer.
Fucker. How is this so cheap compared to the other ones?
Castlevania, Naruto,
Astro Boy?
No, that's just a sale thing. That's not.
Why is this showing up like this?
I don't know.
I'd buy it if I could partake in the sale.
Wait. Come back. Castlevania, Naruto, and then Ruby are the only other 3.
Oh. I thought that was something else. Okay, cool. All right. Add to cart. Why, though? But why? How big is it? Is it VHS size this time? VHS height.
I want to know if Crunchyroll will put out their own standard edition of it later.
Well, Castlevania, nobody gives a shit. Naruto Shippuden Set 9 includes exclusive art card. Holy damn!
Wow, art card.
Lock in that.
I'm so behind on these.
Ruby Volume 7 Blu-ray. Also, nobody cares. Cool. All right. So we looked at this last podcast, The Girl Who Left Through Time 4K coming out. But we didn't look at the features, of which I wanted to point out that the first pressing is going to include a reproduction 24-page Japanese booklet. So if you want that, you should probably pre-order it because it'll probably be only in the first set. And Battle Royale 25th Anniversary Edition 4K Steelbook coming from LionsGateLimited.com. It's a shit ton of discs.
Well, it's got the 4K and the Blu-ray, and each one has the director's cut, and then there's one for the theatrical cut. So 2 Blu-rays, 2 4Ks.
Yeah. So there you go. The limited extras are Kento Fukusaku on Battle Royale, The Ripples of Violence. So it is only the first movie, not the second one. But, and honestly, that's actually all you really need to see. But if you buy the first movie, maybe they'll get the second movie. Oh. Okay. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go shop at Stealth Weeb. Somebody recently sent me an email at stealthweebstore@gmail.com. and I got their stuff shipped off. So it is doable. Also, buy something here so I know that it works or not. I invite you to get Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist shirt, which looks fucking amazing. In fact, I might buy one. I might buy another one because the one I bought currently is only my wife's shirt. Anyway. Oh, there it goes. There it is. All right. Looks great. Cool. All right. Moving past that. In other merch news, look at this. Studio Ghibli. So I apologies in advance. This is that podcast where months of not wanting to cover any Studio Ghibli merch has come to a head, and we have to clear out the things. So here it goes. Studio Ghibli puts the Blob Men in the spotlight of the new T-shirt. There they are. Off to the side.
That was like, where the fuck are they? Like, I don't. Oh, okay. Coming out of your ass. That's nice. Yep. Thank you.
Totoro belly warmers are ready to keep your tummy toasty through the cold months ahead.
What the fuck? Huh? I thought they were mittens. Okay. Belly warmers for your kids specifically. Gotcha.
Oh, it looked like they got big ones too.
Studio Ghibli partial marshmallow socks looked totally sweet and cozy. I like this one the most. Studio Ghibli releases new Ursula's blanket from Kiki's delivery service.
They'll release anything.
Seriously. There's no, it's the movie accurate one because it says Kiki's service on it. It's right there.
Yeah, you think they'd release other shit from these movies that people would actually buy, like a hoodie that is like in like a Princess Mononoke.
Remember that one time when Kiki wrapped herself in a blanket? You can own it.
I'd rather buy the fucking bow. That
here it is, thrown on the ground for our photo. Totoro Kappa sleeping bags are a perfect place to stay cozy all winter if you fit inside. Totoro embroidered bags and pouches are as fluffy and cute as the Ghibli star himself. I bet you the people at Sora News 24 are like, fuck, man, I can only say so many nice things about this. I'm going to have to start reusing my previous nice things. Studio Ghibli releases new anime envelopes in Japan with interactive features. Wow.
Such interactive, much wow.
Truly a marvel of ingenuity.
Totally worth 20,000.
Holy shit. Studio Ghibli stamps lift your spirits with motivational phrases from Totoro.
Oh,
is that a Pepe? To. Arigato. What does this one say? Character for month and day. Because why? Onegai shimasu, please. Is this Fuaito? Yeah, Faito. Very well done. All right, moving past that. Studio Ghibli adds corn-shaped Totoro bento boxes to its anime merchandise shop in Japan. Because why?
Those are tiny. At least they must be for kids.
You know, kids. Kids who watched it in theaters growing up, like me.
My biggest problem with the non-square like containers is eventually you're gonna have wasted space, right? Either the food you stick in it isn't gonna fit fully. Now, okay, well they have rice. Maybe you could get rice to like fill the like make it square
They
again.
just have
You
to
know,
put all the meat grinder and just put all that mush in there all together all at once.
or like meat. Yeah, you could have like meat slices where you could like more form it, but then you're gonna put it in your backpack. Your backpack's gonna be like square-ish. So eventually you're gonna run into a point where, or when you put it in the cupboard, it's not gonna like. It's cute, I suppose, but not functional.
Randy with the logic, hurting Ghibli sales.
What about this one?
This one solves all the problems you just laid out. They heard you. Podcast magic. They also have the new lacquered trays. Whoa. Yep, still going. Light Up Totoro is a mix of centuries-old pottery techniques and classic anime cuteness. He looks like a marshmallow.
He's tiny as fuck.
Have you ever noticed how much Totoro looks like New Year's mochi? I haven't. Oh, I see. Right, because that makes sense with the rest of what you said. Okay, cool. Ghibli Princess Mononoke face magnets are returned to stores.
Oh.
The jaw's open.
See, this is much smarter. Like, this is something. I mean, okay, if they're tiny, then it's kind of gay. But if they were bigger, that'd be kind of cool.
Oh yeah, like have them on your wall.
Yeah, if they were fucking like not like
freaking life size. Yeah, give me that.
like how you mount a head on your fucking like how a hunter like mounts a head on its wall. That's what that is.
Yeah, I want to be a taxidermy cat bass.
Yeah, they also say they listen to the cat. This one reminds me of Anya. Studio Ghibli unveils new fluffy purses from films like My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away. Wow.
Coin purses.
Yeah. This is the time of the show where you open up your coin purse and deposit those coins directly into our account.
No, my coins.
Yes, your coins. Oh my God, it just keeps going. Ah! Sheesh. Studio Ghibli adds Komorebi Totoro plush toys to its anime merchandise range in Japan. Whatever that means, just make it stop, please. Oh my God. That's a great calcifer. Why wasn't that in the article? All right. Last podcast, we showed blackface Pochita. Apparently, it's a thing. Blackface slime. You just know that they did a version with the regular red lips and like... We doing Mr. Popo? Oh, wait. I want one. They got it with a crane thing. Okay, cool. Awesome jumbo PlayStation 1 and 2 cushions are warm, fuzzy nostalgia that has to be won, not bought.
Why does the PS2 look like it's brown?
Bad lighting.
Or are they like one of those like velvet feeling covers to it? Like
maybe satin or whatever, like
like you
no,
rub it one way and it turns dark.
Yeah,
and you rub it the other
changes.
way.
Like you can draw patterns in it when you brush it. Yeah.
Or here's an idea: make it like a warmer. You plug it into the actual like socket that you plug it in, and it's a warm pillow. Yeah, it's a heated pad. Excuse me. There's the word that I'm looking for.
And then it overheats and it starts on fire.
Are the Ruby Blu-ray UHD for? Who cares?
I don't think
Lego analogy doesn't work if the giant is wearing shoes.
True.
In the article,
there was pictures of her barefoot.
Yeah,
and it was hot. Randy liked it.
Where was that? Here it is.
Yeah, his screaming actually meant that he was coming.
What? Huh?
He says wiping off his monitor.
Who is screaming?
Watch the VOD.
I just like all the mods for that, like for that game that you could come up with. Like, oh my God.
Like
barefoot, different outfits, different shoes, like different.
So like normal mods.
Yeah, I don't like, but I was just like the just the funny mods, like have it like little.
The buildings
whatever.
are all dicks.
Yes.
Oh. All right, Mirage says, "Hey guys, I just got back from NostalgiaCon New Orleans a week ago. I met Matt Hill, the English voice of Rio from Ronin Warriors, and Ed from Ed and Eddie. The good news is this Saturday I'm going to Louisiana Cajun Con to meet Carla Perez, the English voice for Rita Repulsa and Power Rangers. Wow. Also, I am single again.
Oof.
But yay, new holiday hentai before the year ends." I was like, am I happy for you? Like, all right.
I just went through the VOD. I still don't get the screaming comment. Like, I'm confused.
Also, in January in New Orleans again, I got to meet WWE superstar John Cena at Fan Expo. Also, question: have y'all talked about the last Ronin movie being canceled? No, but I am holding on to it for a future podcast now that I've gotten all these extra articles out of the way. All right, cool. Next, we talked about this last podcast but didn't show it. One Piece X NBA collab expands with 6 new Luffy figures and Chopper plushies. Go away. Where did the fucking Luffys go? Is it these? I thought these were like standees for a second. Okay.
No, yeah, it's those.
Yeah. Wow. If you're in the very like minuscule like fandom crossover of basketball, NBA, and One Piece, like, oh fuck, man, and you happen to be a big fan of one of these teams, God, you'll pay whatever it takes.
So, are those? Oh, maybe they weren't. I thought that I had read that they were Figmas, but it just looks like little statues. They don't look posable.
It looks like he's got a invisible thing going in his ass.
Yeah. There was a during the Laker event that they had a while ago. Anyway, they had like a one-off Luffy figure that apparently was given away to a fan or something and was worth some money. So I guess this is.
I was this minute years old when I learned that the New York Knicks was a basketball team and not a baseball team.
You thought the New York Yankees was not a baseball team?
I just assumed that I don't fucking follow sports. The only time I've even heard the term New York Knicks is from that
although New York might have two. I think they have two baseball teams. I forget what the other one is.
Some places have two. We had the LA Dodgers and the LA Angels, but then they got moved to the Anaheim Angels or whatever in California, right? There's also the Mets.
Angels in the outfield.
Come on. And yeah, so the only time I even heard the term New York Knicks was there's an episode of Family Guy where Meg grabs like a pack of hot dogs and like walks to her room and says, "I'm gonna pretend you're the New York Knicks" or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that's gross. Anyway, Stellar Blade's Eve gets sexy in new Chonggasm. Chong Sam, damn it. Stupid
That was on purpose.
I like my way better.
Chonggasm.
That legitimately wasn't on purpose. I read it like 15 times and thought it said Chonggasm. I remember the New York Knicks versus the Chicago Bulls. They were some great basketball games. Get your mind out of the basketball. You've got other balls to look at here.
Have better balls to fondle.
Damn. Oh. Holy shit.
Is it time to grok? It's grokking time. All right. Azure Lane's formidable figure, ever enchanting and buxom.
Nice.
They really do be enormous.
Japan out there trying to keep us straight.
Higurashi no Naku Koroni's killer Rena bunny girl figure soaked in fluids. But you can't guess what kind.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Oh, God.
Some days do be like that.
Whoa. Not so bad from behind. That's grokkable. Is that a better grokkable one? I don't know. Got to do both. Grok, imagine this, baby. All right. I'll let you know how it goes. Oh, even closer. This one's taking a while. Whoa. Grok.
Grokked all over it.
It's not Rena anymore. Oh, wait, hold on. Upscale. Why is this one taking so goddamn long? Oh, because there isn't anymore. Nice. Okay, here we go. Downloading. Download. Here it is, ladies and gents. Media. Upload. It's grokking time. Downloads. That one. And delete the Assassin's Creed thing so I never have to see that shit ever again. Yeah, here we go. You ready?
I was waiting for it to fall over.
Oh. Let's grab the other image here. We gotta. We said we would.
I mean, if you start with her ass, then you won't get her face.
Of course not. But this one, she still has the cleaver. So we'll see. We'll see how Grok determines that's supposed to look. We'll come back to it. New Dragon Ball die-cast car toys brings Frieza's pod to the Dream Tomica line. No. No. There's some badness happening in this render. What are you doing, Grok? Hold on. Downloading. And also, let's do a fun one. Okay, here we go. I'm offended. I'm offended by the clipping. All right, so here's Frieza. Frieza's in the Tomy car. And here's the regular car that nobody's in. All right, here it is. Those legs don't work that way. That's nightmare fuel.
I think that's the point of Chigarashi, isn't it?
The fun one's not bad. Her ears are way longer, it feels like. I want to see this one again. It failed on that leg towards the middle there too. All right, here you go. Last one. It's a fun one.
That was the best one so far.
It was fun. All right. Atelier Ryza dominates as official ASMR, rakes in over $110,000 in 5 days. Is the ASMR the sound of her thighs touching?
Clapping, the thunder clapping.
Ugh. That was a little weird. All right. Atelier Ryza's official ASMR compilation has surged to the top of DL Site's rankings, racking up over $110,000 in just 5 days and turning a simple whisper session from Ryza and Claudia into another clear showcase of how strong the series' popularity, or perhaps just the females, really is. This image doesn't help. Atelier Ryza's grip on fans clearly isn't loosening, as the new official ASMR compilation, A Soothing Rest and a Promise for Tomorrow, has raced up the charts on DL Site. In only 5 days since Koei Tecmo quietly dropped it, the release has amassed a rough estimate of $110,000 in revenue. That performance makes it the most purchased piece of media on all of DL Site for the past month, as well as the 37th most purchased media of all time on the voice/ASMR/music category, and the 50th most purchased media of all time on the platform. The ASMR is set after the events of Atelier Ryza 3, Alchemist of the End, and The Secret Key, and features a slightly older Raislin Ryza, Stout, and Claudia Valence spending a night together at their secret hideout. This kind of explosive success isn't new for the series, but the fact that the simple ASMR scenario, free of flashy visuals, game mechanics, or typical marketing campaigns, can perform at this level demonstrates the Ryza appeal has become its own phenomenon. Well, if they're spending the night together, how far do they go? Like these are Download it and find out. All right. Pokemon and hot spring bathhouses collaborate to bring Pokemon to your bath and sauna sessions. Bathhouse just north of Tokyo provides rubber Psyduckies, ditto, sauna stones, and other sights and scents to soothe the tired trainers. So instead of rubber duckies, they've got rubber Psyduckies. Is that soap, or do you rub stones on yourself in a sauna? I don't know.
What? Have you never been in a sauna?
No, I haven't. Believe it or
I
not.
know those are heated stones.
I actually don't enjoy being around old people with their balls dangling.
I mean, I've been in a sauna before, but I've never been in a sauna naked before. You know,
You're
they're
doing it
not
wrong.
all naked.
What a weirdo.
Well, nobody made you wear the wedding dress, Randy.
I don't know what that's a reference to.
I would totally want that
Thumbnail.
Geodude rock for sure.
What's up?
I would totally want that Geodude rock. That's awesome.
It's cool, right?
You don't want the Ditto rock too?
The Ditto stone?
That's
I'd
just
love both.
a rock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's just a rock.
That's perfectly. Can you buy them? I want to buy them. Anyway, moving past this. All right, here we go. You ready? Chiba man arrested for putting urine-filled tea bottle on a convenience store shelf. Imagine you put the tea there. It's going to be a different color than the rest of them, right? Like, there's no way that it's going to be perfectly the same color as all the others, right?
You must have not drank water in like 3 months.
Suspect said he did it as a prank while stressed. Man, you know what really eases some stress?
Just eat a bottle and put it in the convenience store.
Look, it is sometimes said in Japan that if you ever find a drink just sitting in the bottom of a vending machine without anyone around, do not pick it up because it might have been injected with poison. Even though it sounds like an urban legend along the lines of razors and Halloween apples, incidents of drinks injected with poison actually have occurred in the past. Have we covered this? I'm just curious.
I'm just now noticing this backdrop. What is going on?
He's running for student council president.
And why does he have the picture?
Calling platform.
I want to know why we haven't used this picture before.
We're saving it. All right. It's also important to check the caps of bottled drinks and make sure those little plastic teeth are still sealed before attempting to drink them. If you don't hear that little cracking sound when first opening, you're better off staying away from it. And as a cautionary tale for this, we have the arrest of a 26-year-old man from Funabashi in Chiba Prefecture. He faces a charge of obstruction of business by fraudulent means, hopefully with more charges to follow, because anyone who would do what he did deserves to have the book thrown at them. On the 24th of May, at about 11:50 a.m., the suspect entered a convenience store in the Chiba City. The suspect entered a convenience store in Chiba City and placed a plastic bottle of tea into their refrigerated drink section among the other teas. However, rather than tea, this bottle was filled with his own urine. There is no mistake. That's my pee. It's frightening because there are so many different kinds of bottled teas in Japan. It's possible to match the urine of people with a wide range of dietary and health conditions. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if that's the bottle, if I'm being honest. I don't know that like the guy took a photo of it before posting it. It's clearly a come on. 7-Eleven brand. At about 8 a.m. on the 26th of May, a customer purchased the bottle and took it home. That evening, when they tried to drink it, they noticed a peculiar odor. It was reported to the store and police, who launched an investigation. As a result, the store management had to inspect their entire stock of drinks, thus the obstruction of business. You thought you were playing a little prank on one person. Turns out you pranked yourself, buddy. Upon apprehending the suspect, he had admitted to the crime and said he did it as a prank to blow off steam because he was going through some things at work at the time and feeling frazzled. At the risk of being presumptuous, considering his unique sense of humor and ways to unwind, I'm going to assume his work problems were largely his own doing. It's a particularly heinous act that seems like it deserves more than a simple obstruction of business charge. Just reading about the news online seems to have had a traumatic effect on some people, according to the comments. Quote, "This is too scary. The bottle must have been at or in the mouth by the time they noticed the smell." What do you think? Do you think you'd know before drinking it?
If
it were me, I would know at the it's already opened. Oh fuck no.
Yeah. If you missed the fact it was already open and it was in a bottle, like
if you're retarded,
I think you're taking the first swig.
You deserve it.
That would traumatize me. That's not funny at all. If he'd do that, what would stop him putting something more harmful there? I think I could tell by the color. Oh, look at this. We got a badass over here.
Look at this Sherlock over here.
Good thing the person who purchased the bottle didn't have a stuffy nose at the time. I'm opposed to the death penalty, but this guy should get the death penalty. I think it's safe to say we all go through things at work sometimes, and it can leave us quite frazzled, to say the least. However, we can't let it distract us from checking bottled drinks properly before consuming them, because it can thunderdome out there. Wow, that's how we're ending the article. Just to remember, if it doesn't crack, take it back. And if it smells like pee, leave it be. I gotta find out what this fucking Thunderdome article is.
If it smells like pee, leave it be. If it smells like pee, leave it be. If it smells like pee.
We're saving this for later.
Smells like leave.
I know exactly what Reese is doing. All right. Wakayama Sr. uses AI to identify wild mushrooms. He gets poisoned shortly after. ChatGPT attempted murder. AI is certainly handy for a lot of things. For example, anytime I want to know what a life-size pickup truck made out of orange peels looks like, I can get it visualized in seconds. But I'd stop short at using it for anything important involving health or money. Mostly because everyone knows it would be impossible to get orange peels of sheet metal size to realistically build a full-sized pickup. An AI with true intelligence would understand that it'd have to be a patchwork of smaller orange peels to make sense. Nevertheless, there are some people willing to take that leap of faith and have LLMs like ChatGPT or Gemini make their decisions for them. Such a case happened on the 3rd of November in the village of Shimokitayama in Nara Prefecture. A man in his 70s was out gathering wild mushrooms and found some that resembled either shiitake or oyster mushrooms. Side note, real quick, couldn't believe this. This is my favorite hot sauce, Yellowbird habanero hot sauce. I recently went to Sprouts and they had more flavors of this I hadn't seen before. They might be like seasonal. There was shiitake garlic hot sauce and like strawberry ginger hot sauce. Insane. So good. What sounds hotter? Habanero hot sauce or shiitake garlic?
Habanero.
The habanero is medium hot. The shiitake garlic is extreme hot. And I couldn't believe it. It's really good, though. Habanero's the best. Strawberry one, though, I tell you, make yourself a little bagel, put a little peanut butter on it, strawberry hot sauce on top. It's like a spicy peanut butter jelly. Delicious. The next day, he tried to show them to a local botanical garden to verify what kind they were and whether they were edible or not, but the staff was unavailable. Unwilling to wait, he instead took a photo of them with his smartphone and uploaded it to an AI, which agreed with his theory by saying, quote, "They're either shiitake or oyster mushrooms and are edible." Satisfied with the AI's ID, the man grilled his mushrooms and ate them. About 30 minutes later, the vomiting started and he was hospitalized. Ah, man. I don't want to hear stories about vomiting. I want to hear stories about drug trips that involve trips to Vegas and waking up and not knowing where you are and you
waking up in your
arm
boss's house and with shit all over his bed.
God damn it. Fortunately, the symptoms were only temporary and he could make a full recovery. A subsequent analysis by both the Wakayama Prefectural Museum of Natural History and the Wakayama City Public Health Division determined that the mushrooms were tsukiyotake, a poisonous species often confused for edible ones. One way to spot a tsukiyotake is by the presence of a raised band around the stem just under the gills. I don't understand. Are you saying that it's like
when you flip a mushroom over, it has like those lines?
Yeah.
That's what I think they're calling the gills.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
But they're saying that there's a raised band around the stem just under the gills. Are they saying that that's why they're like inverted, like they're concave? Maybe?
No, like when you have your mushroom, like the top of its stool. Look at that from the side view. Like right underneath, like around the stem, right underneath where the mushroom spreads out and forms the top. There's like it could be like a ridge.
If it was a penis, what are we talking about? No.
The head, you know how you have that groove around the head when you're circumcised. Imagine that groove is pushing out instead.
What if you sent ChatGPT a picture of your dick? You're like, ChatGPT, what kind of mushroom is this? Is it safe to eat?
It's just like, yes.
Oh, no. ChatGPT adult mode activate.
best taken with whipped cream.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They're known to have a very dark spots on the inside, but not always. And they remain poisonous even when cooked. But despite that information, the Public Health Division strongly advises against self-identifying mushrooms, even when using illustrated guides or AI. Tsukiyotake mushrooms, probably. I'm just going by the label on the photo. Anyway, always get your mushrooms checked by a trained professional, if for no other reason than to have someone liable in case of poisoning. No use vomiting for 3 hours when you could also get a lawsuit out of it. Perhaps the hospital man could blame the AI for its misdiagnosis, but if we go by several online comments about the story, he himself bears at least part of the blame. Quote, the AI wasn't even sure if it was shiitake or oyster mushroom. Why would he trust its judgment? I wonder if he went back to the AI and complained to it. AI is only as good as its user. There have been cases of edible mushrooms becoming poisonous too. You should always buy mass-produced mushrooms because if they are poisonous, someone would probably get sick before you. What's the
And
joy
you
in
can
eating?
still sue them.
Yeah, what's the joy in eating wild mushrooms anyway? Just buy them. Shiitake and oyster mushrooms don't even look similar. The golden rule is if you don't know, don't eat. Although it can be fun to go into the wilderness and gather your own food, anyone who does it really should know their stuff on an expert level before attempting it. Otherwise, just let that food be and leave it for the bears and help maintain their food supply so they don't come and bother the rest of us. Wow. It's a callback. All right, you guys ready for this next one? Here, let's catch up on some chats. I'll allow it. Oh God. Had a question
Excuse
for
me.
Reese. Had a question
How dare you?
Had a question for Reese. When you finish watching an anime
Fuck
DVD
no.
/ Blu-ray, do you immediately sell it? Because I saw you were selling City Hunter, and I thought those are hard to find for you.
I'm selling those because
They're
it's a
re-releasing it.
re-release
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's coming out.
I mean,
That's
occasionally
Which
he
is
does,
super
but that's
expensive.
rare.
I
I'm
sell stuff
annoyed.
by what?
It's like $70 or $80. It's fucking expensive.
You can buy mine.
I remember the New
I
York
don't
Knicks
want
was
your hand-me-down.
soaked in green lines.
I haven't even used them.
That's not soap.
I swear they're unused.
The West and
I
Japan.
literally haven't even watched season 1 yet.
I swear the wrapper's still on
I
it.
need to go through my storage unit to find out what I have for the stuff that hasn't been loaded into my app yet. But I'll buy yours if it comes to it. The West and Japan never seem to learn anything from games like Ryza and Stellar Blade. Is the
You don't
Ditto
want the-
stone soaked in baby oil?
Ooh.
The AI didn't fail. That's user error. He pre-baked the AI with his theory. Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He gave it an option to pick from.
I agree.
You don't want the 2-pack? Or like the complete pack?
Well, I just already have like part 1 of. I don't know if I already have part 2.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, and if I did, I would just get both because I'm an idiot. All right, new fish discovered and named Vanderhorstia Super Saiyan for obvious reasons. Fish possibly caught right after its best friend Krillin was killed. I always imagine one of the most fun things about discovering something new is being able to name it whatever you want. It could be wrong, though. For the people who put all that time and effort into discovering new things, maybe the last thing on their mind is what they'll call it when they finally do find something. But sometimes the right name for a plant or animal just seems to jump right out at you, as it did for a researcher, or as a research team, which included Professor Keita Koeda of the University of the Ryukyus in Okinawa Prefecture. While searching a depth of the ocean known as the Twilight Zone, because only a faint amount of sunlight can reach it, University of the Ryukyus graduate Hiroshi Hirasaka managed to catch a completely new species of goby. Gobies can be found in waters all over the world and tend to be known for their relatively unattractive appearances. They're usually brown, gray, or greenish in color and have pudgy faces with large mouths. What sets this new one apart are the uncharacteristically vibrant yellow streaks along its fins and face. It's hard not to look at it and think that goby's gone Super Saiyan. Well, maybe if you included a fucking image of the non-Super Saiyan form. It's certainly what the team thought and gave the fish the official scientific name of Vanderhorstia Super Saiyan. They're stopping short there with the manga and anime references and are proposing Electric Goby as a common name. Fuck you. Super
Sounded
Saiyan
like
was
someone
awesome.
was going Super Saiyan in the background there.
Which also references its shockingly yellow look. In addition to its unique appearance, this goby was found at a depth of 210 meters, 689 feet, almost twice as deep as any other known goby species. Many online were also delighted by the admittedly cute-looking new fish, while some also wondered if it tastes good. It's so goddamn tiny.
It's bigger than a sardine.
Because they use the English Super Saiyan rather than the Japanese Saiyajin, I thought it was caught in another country. I am the fish who came from the sea to defeat you, a legendary fish with a gentle heart awakened by rage. I am Super Saiyan! If they find a red one, they have to name it Super Saiyan God, and a blue one is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. No space.
And the red one's Super Saiyan 4.
No, they said the Super Saiyan God.
It's gotta be 4.
If they find a hairy one.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Oh!
Fine.
Hold on. Grok. Fish goes Super Saiyan 4. Fish goes Super Saiyan 4. I'll come back to it. I'm trying to see what it does before I tell it what to do. It's in the middle of generating. That's awful. It's gasping for air. Super Saiyan 4, here it comes. All right. To discover such a cute fish in the 21st century, the world really is full of treasures. Its power level looks high. It's really struggling with this one. Looks like it would be delicious deep fried, and it didn't understand at all what Super Saiyan 4 is.
It has no context. How could you think Grok would know what Super Saiyan 4 is?
Download. Fish goes Super Saiyan 4 and grows red hair all over.
I tried to get it to make a Metroid bust through the, I don't know if you remember me showing you the Samus Polaroid, or not Polaroid, classic retro photo that Sora made. But so I was trying to animate that. I'm like, make a Metroid blast through the wall, and then she picks up her cannon and blasts it, and nowhere near what a Metroid looks like. It was pink aliens and weird monsters, but it just does not know these things.
All right. Well, here are... You're going to have to forgive me because they failed so dramatically hard. Here's the first one. Here's
Nice. That was a little bit better, but
yeah. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to generate the image first. Can you make this fish Super Saiyan 4? All right. Oh, okay. It's doing its thing. Here we go. It kind of looks like a Pokemon. I hard disagree. This research was carried out in an effort to explore the creatures that inhabit the seas around Okinawa. Since trawl fishing is not permitted there, the area is largely underexamined, and new species have been discovered one after another in recent years. Hopefully, they don't run out of names for them pardon for the names for them all, and end up calling them Fishy McFishface or something. Wow. Hurry up over here, ChatGPT. Hurry the fuck up.
Who's the Zarbon, right?
Yeah.
He kind of looks like a fish.
Fishy McFishface. Yeah, kind of. Oh man. All right. You put that in a weird place. Wow. Oh my god. I can't wait to see what Grok. Oh my god. It's gonna fail. There's no way. Screenshot. There ain't no.
Are you doing an image generation in ChatGPT?
Yeah. All right. We've got our Super Saiyan 4. This definitely goes against the terms. It literally just generated a picture of Super Saiyan 4 Goku in that guy's hand. The only part that's fish-like is that behind Goku, the fish has its tail as free. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna animate it first. Oh man. Oh god. Okay. One of these things is not like the others. Oh. All right, just a reminder of where we came from.
I think that was really worth our time. Just so worth it.
All right. What about this one?
Can't believe it.
Man arrested after stealing women's underwear and running down a witness. Tough crowd. Jesus.
Was he wearing her underwear when he ran down the witness?
A 44-year-old man was arrested in Kagawa Prefecture after stealing women's underwear from a home and then hitting a witness with his moped while fleeing, which will certainly leave many clueless as to the extent of his desperation. A man believed to be a 44-year-old company employee from Sanuki was arrested on suspicion of robbery resulting in injury after allegedly stealing 5 pieces of women's underwear from a house in Yashima Nishimachi in Takamatsu at the early hours of November 24th. The underwear reportedly belonged to a woman in her 30s and had a combined value of roughly 4,000 yen. According to police, a nearby resident in his 50s saw the theft and called the police. When the suspect attempted to flee on a moped, he collided with that witness, causing minor leg injuries. He left the bike at the scene and disappeared, but surrendered himself to police the next day. After reviewing security camera footage and verifying the moped ownership, authorities confirmed the suspect's identity. He has reportedly confessed, saying that's correct. The man now faces serious charges for theft and bodily harm. Damn.
He didn't say there can be no mistake? Or there is no mistake?
Correct.
Come on.
88-year-old man arrested for stalking a 60-year-old woman and asking for her pubic hair.
As long as the first one wasn't when he was 18 and she was like 6.
Not even born yet?
An 88-year-old man in Sumoto City, Hyogo Prefecture, has been arrested again for intruding into the home of a 60-year-old woman he was fixated on, leaving a disturbing note requesting her pubic hair and violating an existing anti-stalker order issued last year. Hyogo Prefecture Police arrested the man on November 22nd on suspicion of violating the Stalker Regulation Act and trespassing. According to investigators, the suspect entered the woman's residence on November 21st and left a bag containing a memo addressed to her. He admitted to entering the home, leaving the letter, and making phone calls to the woman, but denied having any malicious intent, insisting his actions were not driven by hatred. The memo he left, however, included the phrase, "I want your pubic hair," which police determined to be inappropriate and indicative of persistent, unwanted pursuit. Officers concluded that that the repeated intrusions and messages amounted to stalking behavior. The same man had been apprehended in 2024 for stalking the same woman. At that time, the prefectural police chief issued a formal prohibition order requiring him to cease all contact. Despite this, he continued similar behavior, once again violating the order's conditions. His latest intrusion occurred while the previous order was still in effect. Police plan to further investigate his repeated actions, the development of his obsession with the woman, and the motives behind his continued violations.
She must be a very attractive 60-year-old.
Yeah. Or Bushly.
What would like
there might be a
make
bulge.
you? What would make you want her pubes?
Like a bite of her fur burger? I don't know, man.
All right. Toilet rubber theft baffles grosses out Japan. Can I help you? No. Leave. 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 When I'm done, I'll come see you.
All right, boys, I'm gonna take off. We're about to.
No.
We're about to.
Leave. No. Why not? Because it's not.
Have the final article, anyways. And I'm going to take a shower.
Good. Leave
I'll play watching your balls.
and go shower so that you are ready for the day tomorrow.
Indeed, I have work tomorrow, so I will see you later. Goodbye, everyone. You're muted, Brad. There you go. Unmute yourself again. Unmute yourself. There you go. Oh.
Stop.
Goodbye.
You missed it. I'm pushing my daughter. I'm like, no, the C does not stand for Chloe, but soon it'll be the Open Child Abuse Podcast.
No.
All right. Anyway, starting over. Toilet rubber theft baffles grosses out Japan. Dozens of rubber fixtures have suddenly gone missing from buildings' toilet lids and seats. Goodbye, Green Line. You have to be comfortable with a certain amount of uncertainty when stepping into a public restroom. Even if the cleaning staff is diligent in its duties, there's no guarantee that someone who's used the bathroom since the last sweep hasn't dribbled onto the floor in front of the urinal, squirted soap onto the sink counter, or been too lazy to flush after doing their business. However,
squirting soap is the least of my worries.
However, when a custodian recently... There have been an uncomfortable amount of times that I've gone to the bathroom at work and the soap dispenser was for some reason in the stall.
Yeah.
And we all know what the reason was.
In the bathrooms around here, they're usually like part of the sink. You know,
They should be.
You
That would
can't
make more
take them
sense.
away.
Yeah.
Where's like just a bottle of soap, or just like the soap dispenser off
The hand
the
soap,
wall?
like squish.
Okay, oh, just the bottle.
The
Just
whole
regular-
bottle. The whole bottle.
When you said the soap dispenser, I think
Yeah.
they took the whole wall
No.
unit off the wall.
No, like they mistook it for their lotion and decided to make it work. And it's like, this man, I have to use this place to go to the bathroom. Like, I don't want this to be on my mind every time now.
I don't know where. I don't want to let my pants touch the floor now.
Yeah.
Like what the? You don't want to let your pants touch the floor anyway. But jeez, I'm walking here.
I don't want my ass to touch the seat.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's like the seat covers, right? Like
yeah, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to makeshift some out of.
Yeah, sometimes you got to make them. Yeah. Would you rather have to make the seat cover with toilet paper, or have to wipe with the seat cover because there is no toilet paper?
I mean, I suppose no, definitely make a seat cover out of toilet paper. But like the only way like in an emergency situation, you'd have to use the seat cover. But like, I'd want a fresh seat cover. I'll go for the second one. Like,
all right.
And I can't imagine that would be very comfortable to use.
When a custodian recently went in to clean one of the restrooms at the OKB Furei Gaikon event hall in Gifu City, the surprise waiting for them wasn't gross, but baffling, as the rubber fixtures had been removed from a number of toilet lids and seats. So they must be talking about the thing that allows it to like hit the thing and not like slap, but just like, you know what I mean?
Oh, you like the little legs?
The little rubber feet on top of the, or on the bottom of the toilet seat, so it doesn't like break when it hits
the
it.
Rubber legs.
Okay. Whoops. The discovery was made last Saturday afternoon at the building, which is administered by the Gifu prefectural government. A subsequent check of the other restrooms within the facility found that a total of 63 pieces of rubber were missing from 20 different toilets located in the men's and multi-purpose restrooms. The later being a term used in Japan for non-gendered restrooms for use by elderly or handicapped people, as well as parents with small children. Considering how rarely rubber fixtures fall out of toilets, and how it's even less common for the fixtures to then disappear of their own accord, the incident is being treated as theft, with a police report filed and plans to increase patrols of the building's bathrooms by its security guard. Come on.
Lucky guy.
He's gone. You think he's going to come back for the rest? As to why someone would want to snatch up a few dozen pieces of toilet rubber, that's something that's got online commenters scratching their heads. Quote, just what the heck is the thief planning to do with them? Someone out there has a purpose for 60 some odd pieces of toilet rubber. He must know some way to convert them into cash. Is he going to try to scalp them? Is there a market for
He's going to try and sell them back to him. Hey, I heard you were out some rubber things. I'm a salesman.
Who'd be enough of an idiot to buy used toilet rubber? When infrastructure components get stolen, it's often because thieves are after metals that can be sold off as scrap, such as manhole covers or copper wire. Rubber isn't thought of as a material that's quite as easy to flip for lucrative profit, but according to the building's management, the 63 pieces of stolen rubber have a cumulative value of approximately $400.
Holy shit. I think we're talking about, they must not be those little rubber feet things.
What? How much are these toilets worth? Though that brings us back to the question of whether anyone would be willing to buy used toilet parts. The investigation is ongoing and the suspect's still at large, but there is at least something that should soften the blow for the victims a little bit. In the image below, you can see the exterior of the OKB Furei Gaikon. And right next door is a showroom for Toto. Japan's leading toilet maker. Uh-oh. Reese, I think you're right. It's extortion. So it should be pretty easy for the building's management to obtain the necessary placement parts. Wow. Can't believe we almost covered this last podcast and didn't.
I bet like they were after the screws.
Maybe.
I like screwed the things to the toilet seat.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I can't just take the screws and leave the rubbers behind. I gotta make it like the rubbers weren't even there at all. So I gotta take the whole thing with me. Just toss them in the dumpster next door.
Yep, I guess that's it. All right. That's it.
Oh, Footnote's back just in time for us to leave.
Welcome back. Would you like to suggest a topic?
Suggest a topic?
We just finished the last article.
You
want to talk about Attack on Titan Junior High?
I haven't watched it yet.
Okay, how about
no
this?
Excuse.
How about this? How about
I
this?
do have an excuse. We never cover it, so by the time we get to it, I'll forget it. I'll forget everything.
How about this? There's an article that I from the urine one that I pulled out. See, this is our new SpongeBob. Japanese man invites neighbor in for a few beers immediately after being shanked by him.
Why?
I don't know. Did we cover this? This doesn't look familiar at all, but it was from this year. Oh, no, 2015. Okay, that explains it. I thought that said 2025. Sorry. A story out of Saitama Prefecture almost sounds like the script to a heartwarming movie. In an apartment house in Kawaguchi City, until a few days ago, 2 senior citizens were living next door to each other. The men shared a love of beer, and since they were both living alone, would even sometimes pass off their excess food to one another if they happened to buy too much at the grocery store. Sure, 64-year-old Shingo Tsutsui didn't like the noise his 70-year-old neighbor made walking around the hardwood floors of his thin-walled apartment, but that little bit of cantankerousness just adds to the odd couple-like appeal of the story, doesn't it? Or at least it would if Tsutsui had responded by contorting his face into comically frustrated expressions instead of what he actually did, which was to attack his neighbor with a kitchen knife. As shocking as that is, though, it's not nearly as unexpected as the victim's reaction, inviting his attacker in to have a couple of beers together. On the evening of January 7th, the unemployed Tsutsui found himself once again sitting at home, with his only company the sound of his unnamed 70-year-old neighbor's footsteps. Unable to put up with the situation any longer, he got up and went to knock on his neighbor's door. When the man opened the door, Tsutsui, without saying anything, drove a kitchen knife with a 20-centimeter blade into his chest. What the fuck? But as Tsutsui swung the blade sideways, it collided with the victim's rib, and the blade broke. And the blade broke? What is this 70-year-old man, a fucking superhero? Without wedging itself deep enough in his flesh to cause grievous injury. And while most of us would respond by screaming in shock and or viciously counterattacking. Ooh.
Things to go in the fridge and the dishwasher.
Did she bring a 20-centimeter blade to stab you?
No, she's not trying to stab me.
Which, for those in freedom units, oh my god, that's the smallest croissant I've ever seen.
Dog, turn around.
He
20 centimeters.
Hot sauce.
20 centimeters is 2/3 of a ruler.
7.9 inch, it says.
Oh. Which is 2/3 of a ruler.
20 centimeters being the optimal size for carving a roast, chopping onions, or murdering the elderly.
It depends on what ruler you're using for them. I have a 6-inch ruler.
1 inch to rule them all.
Ribs doing their job. Why not buy the man a rug?
Ma'am?
Last Rebellion Switch ban. What?
Mm.
And while most of us would respond by screaming in shock and or viciously counterattacking, the 70 years of life experience after 70 years of life experiences, apparently nothing surprises Tsutsui's neighbor. I don't know why he cut me, the victim recalls, but I told him, okay, why don't you come on in?
Let's figure this out. Let's have a chat.
When you live by yourself, sometimes the apartment just feels empty without family, friends, or a knife-wielding maniac. The 70-year-old credits his calm to the fact that he'd been drinking before the incident. Before the incident occurred, and thus his senses were dulled to the point where he reports not feeling very much pain from having a piece of sharpened metal snapped against his ribcage. As a matter of fact, after Tsutsui stepped into his home, the victim asked his attacker to sit down and join him for a drink. Since I'd already been drinking, I told him to drink up too. Etiquette guides are surprisingly lacking on how to handle post-shanking social invitation. Obviously, rushing off after the first beer would make it look like you weren't enjoying yourself at all and couldn't wait to get home. So we think Tsutsui handled the situation graciously by staying at his neighbor's for 2 cans of beer, as the pair spent the next 60 minutes knocking back brews. Just to be clear, it wasn't that the victim hadn't noticed the violent original purpose of Tsutsui's visit. As a matter of fact, he even told his slightly younger neighbor, next time, let's go barehanded instead. I know I can take you. In our opinion, though, you're better off not fighting a guy using his body as a weapon when said body is capable of shattering knives. At some point after Tsutsui took his leave, the victim realized that he should probably see a doctor, on account of his day being slightly more stabby than usual. It was while being examined that the significance of the blade breaking and thus the force Tsutsui had put into the attack became clear to the man. That jerk tried to kill me, he realized. Still, it seems like the neighbor may have been willing to forgive and forget, if not for the final glaring faux pas Tsutsui committed. Even after 4 days had passed since the incident, Tsutsui had still not apologized over the whole attempted homicide hubbub. In light of his lack of remorse, his neighbor finally decided to report what had happened to the police, who have since invited Tsutsui to hang out with them for a while as he waits trial. Somehow, we doubt they brought a keg of Ebisu beer to share during his visit. Shit, man, that was a much better SpongeBob. All right, everyone. Thank you for coming. The end. No.
Is this what they call a happy ending after we came?
If you want to play the baby shark video, we can play it. But that's not how we end. Do you think I didn't see that like a dozen times scrolling through here? Here it is. Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
I don't want to kill myself.
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect.